such as travel and recreation, and business customers reducing excess inventories which had been accumulated during the supply concerns of the pandemic.
Okay. Does that link work, by the way? Yeah. It seems like there's a slight delay on it, but I think if you do ×2 in the speed, it'll then catch up. And then it'll be basically as live as you can get. I think. We're testing, you know? We'll see if this does the trick. All right, so we're at supply here, just as we have drawn. We're basically just waiting to see. This is that pivot I was talking about on the Russell. The way that we came up with this pivot, it's super simple. It's the same thing, right? It's just our POC before the shift down. So what happened is we got our push down into our opening range low, which is ADR. So it's our average daily range to the downside. It's also our pivot that we had marked. And all we've done is bounce back to our POC here. So if we're going to see any sort of more upside action on the day, and just get out of this range, we need to see the Russell kind of flag here, develop, right, show buying support, and then we need to get that push and a break over this pivot, show that it wants to hold, right, the high of this distribution,
So traders
and then push up.
125
If we fail here,
interest rate cuts in
we need to be looking at this as seller in control,
weakness
right?
After comments from ECB's Villeroy, who again did say that disinflation is even faster than expected and that absent any shocks, rate hikes are over. So again, seeing now traders fully price in 125 basis points of ECB interest rate cuts next year.
So this is just kind of like the high of our range for right now, right? That's basically how you got to look at it,
so
until we
10
can
minutes
reclaim
away from
and
the
push
top
over.
of the hour, where we get the US ISM manufacturing PMI for the month of November. So the forecast here is 47.8 on the prior 46.7, with a range of 52 to 46.2. We also get the manufacturing prices paid, forecast of 45.9, prior 45.1. The employment index, forecast 47.2 on the prior 46.8. The new orders index, forecast 46.7 on the prior 45.5. We also get US construction spending month over month at the top of the hour, forecast at 0.3% from the prior 0.4%. We're also keeping an eye out for comments from Fed's Goolsbee following the top of the hour. That's Chicago Fed President Goolsbee, who's speaking in a moderated Q&A at the bank's Economic Policy Symposium. Also keep in mind that the registration link to watch Fed's Goolsbee's live is pinned to his entry in the calendar for anyone interested.
So again, we'd love to see this hold here. Bulls would love it. Why do we care about this level? Other than it being our day open, this is also where these previous sellers were sitting, right? So we always want to be kind of looking at the market in that sense, where we can see a seller slowly pushing price down here, right? Lower high, lower highs, and then on retests, we then sold and pushed back down. So if buyers can now reclaim this as supportive, it's a great sign that we will get a push and, continuation up. So now that we've gotten this attempt at a supportive bid, this is a really important area for us to be able to look above and then hold, right? That's what we'll be watching for upside. Until then, we know that there's a seller posted here, right up at this high. And so what we're going to be watching for is that push above these wicks, and then ability to rebid, right? Defense on the DOM for push, and then continuation up to fill this supply above, which is put us right into here. Don't overthink it, right? If sellers are no longer posted here and buyers are now willing to defend this, right, then we're looking for upside. It really doesn't need to be more complicated than that. And then you just watch to see if we have acceleration in that area. And if we do, right, if we see buyers defending with size and then pushing price, then we can then look to see where previous sellers were and then look to target that area. And you see the Russell trying to push over that pivot, right? Now you just want to see that build. So we don't have any, we haven't confirmed yet that we're going to be able to push out of this range, but there is an attempt, and you like to see that Russell strength and that test of our previous POC here. So we just want to see if buyers will now defend where these sellers were. So on a rebid, that's what you'll be looking for, and then we can get a push up into this next target. Bring in our delta. Just posting that for everyone else.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get US ISM data, manufacturing PMI, forecast 47.8 on the prior 46.7, with a range of 52 to 46.2. We have US ISM manufacturing prices paid, forecast 45.9 on the prior 45.1. Employment index, forecast 47.2 on the prior 46.8. New orders index, forecast 46.7 on the prior 45.5. And US construction spending month on month, forecast at 0.3% on the prior 0.4%. We also expect comments from Fed Goolsbee, who speaks in a moderated Q&A at the bank's Economic Policy Symposium. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A with a moderator.
Am I going to stay on Discord or jump on YouTube? I'm on both. You guys have my charts, so you don't need to watch the YouTube stream. But if you like having me and like watching what I'm doing, right, and like seeing it live, it's for those people who need the stream. But I will stay in Discord, so it's either or, really. It's really up to you. The benefit to the YouTube is that you don't have to be in Discord then, and you're still getting financial juice because I have it on my end, and you'll have my commentary. So I'm just trying to make it so that I don't crash every 5 seconds on Discord, right? So if I can stay in this call and get you guys the same commentary, and I've given you the charts, right? So you can have them on your own, and you can see me drawing live and whatnot. You don't need to have the YouTube, right? But this is just for like posterity's sake. I'll be able to then have all of this recorded, so we can take clips from it or whatnot for future use. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Surf can do the Discord stream if he wants it, if you guys want that. But regardless, it's just giving everyone kind of a little bit of an opportunity. Because I feel bad, and it's really annoying when I'm crashing every 5 seconds on Discord. So hopefully this just solves that problem, while also allowing us to create content for future use. Kind of a two birds, one stone kind of thing. So we got to our target on the Russell. You see the breakout, push up. We're at that 17.1. This is where we saw our previous seller try to load up for that secondary position. So this will be an important level to recover, or this might be where we're going to need to like flag it out. So we can see that they were trying here buy side and failed to push up. So we expect this to kind of try to hold here. We would love to see this node hold for a push and then a bid to retest this the Globex high, previous high, up into this. But we do understand that this is our next level of resistance.
1 minute remaining.
So we should expect some chop in,
PMI.
like a slow kind of like downwards turn here for a bit, as we just try to get rid of these sellers, and buyers need to then show a defense at this higher low. And we have that drawn here on ES as well, where we're trying to now hold VWAP as supportive in our opening range high. If we can do that, we can then push up and then come up to this seller up at 76.50. But we do need to see NQ find a low for that to kind of play out.
Ten seconds.
We need to clean up our NQ chart on this pane. This one is so much cleaner with the simple 940 pivot here.
46 spot 7, 46 spot 7.
There's our PT.
Forecast of 47 spot 8.
Immediate
Price is
supply
paid,
into that
49.9,
76.50.
49
We know there's a seller here.
That's higher than forecast 45 spot 9. New orders index,
Yeah, new
48
scandal.
spot 3, 48 spot 3, higher than forecast 46 spot 7. With the employment index down at 45 spot
Employment
8,
numbers.
45 spot 8. That's lower than forecast 47 spot 2. US construction spending at 0.6%, 0.6%, higher than forecast 0.3%. So look into the markets here, whip soaring in the S&P 500, but do you see some weakness in the dollar here?
Russell looks good delta-wise. Yes,
Just to
looks good
recap then, the
delta-wise. Just need
headline
NQ to
ISM
get out of this
manufacturing
range.
PMI coming in unchanged from the prior read, but lower than the expected 47 spot 8. Again, coming in at 46 spot 7. Seeing prices paid though, and new orders are up. We're seeing comments from Fed's Goolsby now, says credibility of the Fed has kept inflation expectations anchored. So again, Fed's Goolsby speaking now as well.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get the GME boys today in YouTube. Yeah, me too, man. We're at our target on the Russell here. up at our Globex high, so we'll see what this test does. This could easily become the top. We'll have to see. Back to our pivot and our previous high on ES as well at the 79.50. So all we're looking for here is acceptance, right? We got our push and our hold of our opening range high. It did what it needed to do. Buyers defended, right? VWAP, we got our push out. We now have supply above, and our Globex high is going to be our next real test with this supply in our ADR. So we want to be looking to risk off some as we approach this, or at least be moving up stops, because we have NQ up into our 960 target. We have RTY into our target, right? And we have ES up into supply as well. So until we can breach over this Globex high, we should be respecting this as our potential seller, right? That just makes sense. Look left. So until we can push over this and hold Globex high as supportive, we want to be moving up stops to secure gains, understanding that there is a seller above us.
A lot of the disinflation is from supply shocks.
I'm going to delete some of our crayon drawings here just to clean up the chart. I'm always going to respect our Russell pivots. Great job, bro.
Treasury is rallying after the weak November ISM manufacturing print.
We can go over to the clean 2 pane here.
Again, Fed Scoresby says inflation is coming down exactly as we want. So again, Fed Scoresby, inflation coming down exactly as we want.
Just from the one that I gave you guys yesterday. So our low held, right, our 44 to 46, which is what we were looking for. Got our push and then our hold. This buyer returned off of this node once we had recovered it, pushed up, found acceptance where this previous seller was, right, made it supportive, pushed off. What we're doing now is retesting all of this selling that happened over here.
So again,
we're going to have
the latest inflation data were absolutely what we wanted.
This is kind of where I'm like looking now to be like, okay, this is going to take a bit more effort to get out of this area. Let me turn off indicators, turn off drawings. There we go. Right, so we have this imbalance right here from this aggressive seller who pushed price down and then has been holding this kind of as our high. So it's going to take a decent amount of effort to get out of here, but I do like that we've been creating these higher lows and pushing off, and I like this node that we built out. A really solid node, right, off of this range that we've been trading in for the past couple days. So if we are now able to hold the high of this balance, right, we can consider this our balance. Just change this to a different color so you can see it just for the sake of this. Settings. Extend to rate. There we go. So if we can consider this kind of the box that we've been trading in, we need to now be able to show acceptance, right, at the high of this box, which is kind of what we just did, which is this is our range. We are now holding the high of this, right here. This is our node that we built out. We're now able to push and hold. So now we need to test these sellers that are above. And we know that there's sellers here, here, right? So pushing and then being able to hold this is going to be our next key area, I think, this 82 to 84. That's kind of going to be the key here. Until then, right, we know that there's a seller here, and we can see it, right? Every attempt on a push-up has resulted in an aggressive move down.
Says if it comes down to pre-COVID levels, that we would be on the path to 2% inflation.
And so until we are able to hold this, right, we are looking for a buyer to kind of come in, flag this, fill out some of this LVN that we have just put in, and then look for the buyer to then defend this higher low here, I think, is going to be the idea. This 80 to 82 is where we're going to be looking for that bid to step in. And if that happens, then we can push out of this range. Until then, again, we just move our stops up and accept that this is potentially the high. And again, I think an easy indication is just loss of Russell momentum. So whenever we see the Russell coming up into an important pivot, we just want to be kind of risking off some of our size and waiting for that Russell to build out that flag, our underlyings, to catch up and then be able to continue these higher lows at our previous high and our Globex high on RTY. So this will be important if we can kind of flag this out here and then go for that continuation. Deltas look good. Everything looks fine as of right now. We just need NQ to get with the program. Get over VWAP and hold. What is top step fire drill? Oh, is this like a reset code? Surely you don't need the reset code. Right? Right, guys? So just give it a sec. Again, we're at our pivot high. It's going to take a bit of effort. I could see us chopping here for, the next 30 minutes if the Russell can't break over ADR and we continue to range on NQ. Hopefully that doesn't happen and we continue to build out these higher lows, but, we have been respecting this balance for quite some time. Like, until I see NQ hold this 940 as supportive, I'm going to have a really hard time believing in this, like, a breakout. But, like, it's fine if we do trade it, but, like, look how... Do you see how we've kind of created two different, like, auctions here, or ranges, where either we're trading as 940 as our high, and then we're trading basically, like, here, right? This is our distribution for that area, between the 65 to 940, but as soon as we're able to hold that 940, we're then able to then trade this distribution, where then we're trading in this range. So if we can hold here, then we can look for upside up to that 90, right, to test these sellers above. But I do need to see like a pretty aggressive hold at this 940 level for me to believe that this has legs to push up to the high of this distribution. And then we can even like mark just a pivot here as like the halfway, right? Where we can clearly see that there was, there's going to be some resistance. But I just want you guys to like start thinking in concepts like this, where it's like, okay, yeah, we're either trading in this auction where buyers are seeing value at these lows, sellers are seeing values at these highs. And for us to break and be able to push into these highs, we need to start to see buyers find value where they previously were risking off, which is into this 940. And if we can do that, then we're going to transition from this 65 to 940 range to this 940 to 990 range on NQ. And it's like the simple concepts like that where you can start to see that shift of value. It's like, okay, well, if that shift of value has taken place, then we know that we can transition and push up into where this previous seller value was. But until we see that, we need to kind of just accept that this is it. And then it's just a matter of watching our momentum, making sure that we're continuing these higher lows, looking for a strong rebid on a look above into this 940, right? Showing that this is now supportive, push, and then go for that continuation up into our target above. That'll be kind of what we're watching here for any sort of real continuation on NQ. And failure, right, if the seller continues to just kind of hold this area as supply, right? Let me just mark this as like a red box for you. Help with the visual. So if they continue to just kind of hold this and eat up all these buyers here and we lose momentum, then we're going to have to look for a break of these higher lows, right, on this node. A retest where these buyers are trying. This now becomes our seller value, and then from here we can then push down back into this low. So this is going to be a very important pivot as well that we can just put a line on. And then I'm going to make it white dotted, because this represents, oops, this represents where our current buyers are trying, right, off of this node. So if this becomes resistance on a look below, we'll then watch to see if sellers then hold this, defend this for a continuation down back to this buyer. So these are kind of, this is really it. Yikes, that survey. Oh, it's funny. So watch for this reoffer here into 25s on ES, or sorry, on NQ at 925, right? Because this is where these previous buyers were. So we want to now see if sellers are going to defend this off this node and then push price down. The same principle can be applied down at this 909 level, right, where these buyers were. All we're looking for continuation to tell us that we're not just going to range trade is that look below, push, reoffer, continuation, right, just as we have drawn here. Those are going to be your best entries in momentum. Until then, like, this is a potential bounce point, right? This is the range that we're currently trading in. Yeah, and we knew that this is supply. Like, there's nothing. Again, I told you all that this is going to be most likely the top until we can push over that 82.
Past soft landings have been derailed by those.
Until Russell finds a low, we don't look for continuation.
And Goolsby says the labour market is very strong.
See if sellers defend this 9 to 10 area now. Same concept, right? We understand that this is where buyers have pooled last time. We've now filled this LVN, right? So this is now where you're going to attempt on a look below. We then look for more. Understanding that buying is then down into this is where your least risk is for attempt again to traverse this range again. That would be then a push and then a hold back up. But until then, sellers are in control. We traded up the supply from demand. You can see that seller reloading and reoffering here at that 9 level, leading to more downside, which is just what we were just talking about. We have another attempt here from buy side that can happen, right, with this imbalance and with this aggressive push up. But you're going to need to see some decent strength here, or I'm going to be looking for a new low. Oops, I did not mean to move that. So until we get under 90s, 890 on NQ, this is a nice little risk off point, understanding that this is where our previous buyer was. And we need to see that look below it and then push down to retest that 75. So if you shorted 909, that's your first risk off, just as we have drawn here. And then now we're looking for sellers to show acceptance, right? We're looking to build here and fail to push back above this for more downside. We want to see sellers basically just sitting here defending this defending this level, or we can just chop. And remember, just look at the node, right? Where should we look to reverse our idea? If price is able to then push and then hold, right? If we're looking at our node structure, we're looking for sellers to defend this node, right? We're hitting our head on it. We need to see a look above, the ability to hold, and then we can push and then look for a retest of the seller up here. We can then fill this structure, right? Always keep that in mind.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 66 out of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 71 out of 100 also equaling greed. And taking a look at the VIX, currently down 0.31% at 12.87.
I feel like I should almost make this a 3-pane again, so we can have RTY on it. We'll see what happens on this RTY Globex retest. That'll be your signal. So far it's looking like this is solely a Discord issue, because I'm having no problems with the YouTube stream whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. It's That's weird. You need buyers to aggressively defend here, or sellers win, right? All we did was come up and reoffer this node and then push down. So you're going to need to see an aggressive bid step in here to defend this higher low and this node recovery at 71 on ES. And we want to see a push over 74s, or again, this doesn't look great for bulls. So this is kind of your last attempt here. I don't mind how the Russell looks, but we need to see at this Globex high, which is what we're trading at currently. We need to see this look above and then hold for the break, right? As long as the RTY has momentum, we shouldn't get too bearish. But we need to see this now hold. Hopefully this node idea is becoming clearer and it's giving you a better like understanding. I feel like this has been helping you guys quite a bit, but if I'm wrong, let me know. It's just giving you an understanding of, so it's a distribution between buyers and sellers, right? And so when we get a node that forms that has some size on it, right? Because these are volume nodes, we can look, we can basically mark this as our pivot, right? This is our pivot structure. And so what we're looking for is either the ability to hold above that pivot or hold below that pivot, that node, to give an idea of which way value is being pushed, like which way people are kind of viewing value right now. And so like if we then break below a node and it's now above us, we can now see that as our selling node, and we need to recover that area and then rebid off of it to show that we want to break above and hold. Because we know that there's been a lot of value placed above, and there are buyers that are off sides and sellers that are going to be risking off into that area.
Going great on employment side of the Fed's mandate.
So until we can push above and hold that area, we shouldn't be looking to break or get any sort of traction above or outside of this range, because value hasn't been shown that it wants to hold above, right, or that we want to go above there. I mean, it's a pretty simple concept when you start to just think of everything here. This is probably the best. Let me draw it out for you. It's like a simple drawing. Let's see if we can get a new pane. But like we can.
Scoresby says inflation is what we have to get down to the target.
We have a distribution curve, right? And that becomes our node. And then we have the POC in the center. Oops, let's do it like this. That's where the most volume has been traded. And then we have value.
And Goolsby says, if inflation is not on the path to 2%, even unemployment rate is going up, we would not stop tightening. And Goolsby says, I'm not nervous about a hypothetical trade-off between employment and inflation.
Right, so does it make sense if I draw it out like this? So like, why would we be looking for continuation until we can breach and hold above seller value? If like, that seller value needs to shift to buyer value for a push and continuation. So we need to see a shift where buyer value moves up, right? And what do higher lows represent? Well, we could say that higher lows could look something like this. Right? Because now if we do this, what is that showing us? Well, that's buyer value shifting if we're creating higher lows. And then what does it mean if we then take what was seller value on this node in this current auction and we're now showing buyers defending that? Well, that means that buyer value has shifted to where sellers were previously, right? And if that's happened, we can then look for a higher target where sellers were above us, right? If buyers reclaim where our sellers have been currently loading, we then can see that shift in value and then develop a new target if we've reclaimed where sellers, our high is, right? That's a pivot. It's the high of the range. If we are now holding the high of the range, we can then assume that buyers want to continue pushing price. Why would you buy at the high if you didn't think that price was going to go higher, right? So now we have a pivot that we can play off of for continuation. So we can view each one of these nodes as like little mini auctions, and then we have key levels or key edges that we can play around to know where we should be risking on and where we should be risking off, or where our idea invalidates, right? Like that's the idea behind it, is like we can then determine our low edge and our high edge, and then know when we should be kind of being like, oh wait, our idea is no longer valid. It's no longer playing out. By the buyer from the low is no longer looking for more upside. He's just trading this as, the current auction. He's accepting that this is the high. Okay, I need to come back to our charts. We are at target here on NQ from our push down. So this is an important area to watch, right? We held our node and we have now pushed back down to where that previous buyer was. So we need to now be watching to see if this 65 to 75 on NQ holds and this 62 to 65 on ES holds. This is where buyers were willing to participate last time at the low of this range. We sold into supply at the highs, right, into that 80 to 82 on ES and that 40 to 65 on NQ. So this is going to be a very important area to see if we're just going to continue to find acceptance between this high and this low, or if we're looking for a look below, right? This is now that area where we need to see if on this look below, this now holds as seller offer for a push and continuation down. That's the idea now, is that this is where buyers are going to try to put risk on, seeing that this is the low of the range, and sellers are going to try to push below these buyers,
risk to the US economy in the coming year,
and then continue us down.
A meltdown in China.
So this is a very important area where we're looking for either a look above or a look below, and a reclaim of, I think 68 on ES, and a reclaim of 90 on NQ for any sort of upside. But we understand that a buyer should be here, right? And they are. We can see it. This was why this was our target. So like if you're in a short from the highs, this is your risk off until we show that we want to continue lower. So until we see that look below, this is it, right? You just have to accept the current auction. So we're at our 68 level that I was just talking about. We need to see a reclaim, a push over the 68, and then a hold, right? Because what does that, we know that there's a seller sitting here. We need to show that this seller is no longer present, that we can then hold this node, and then we can push up to retest this guy up here. You guys have any questions, or are we following along? Do we get it? So like we should just be in runners at this point on a short, or be looking, you know, at our longs and then looking to play up to this previous seller up at 71s. Surf, which chart are you streaming on Discord? The 3-pane? Okay, because I haven't been drawing on that one. Yikes. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're pushing up into that level, right? This is where our buyer was previously. It makes sense to try that edge. You have now been able to make free money from that 65 hold, right? We knew a buyer was there before. It's the bottom of our range. We are now back to the middle of our range at the 71. So if you were long, this is your first risk off until we can reclaim that 71 and this node on a look above and then a hold. We know a seller is sitting here. So what we're looking for is the ability to now hold here on a push above, show that buyers are willing to transact and trade up into that 77. So this is your first risk off. What you're looking for is a recovery of that node, the ability, the showing of their hand that they are willing to buy here, right in the middle, and then we look for a push up to our next node up at that 77. Until that point, we understand that this is potentially a seller, right? Because we can look left and we can see that this is a previous buyer that then pushed price up. Let me type this out. Buyer flipped seller needs to show as buyer again for upside. Does it make sense if I talk about it like this, right? We had a buyer who bought at a higher low. They were able to push price up into supply, up at that 80. We then saw a seller start to take control, right? Then make lower highs, lower highs. We then tried to hold where our previous buyer was. We then pushed below it, and now we need to reclaim it. So this is going to be an important area to test at this 72 to 74. We need to show buying support, and if we can do that, we can then look for a push back up to the high of the range, up into that 77. Until that point, this is your like risk off, because we don't know which way price is going to move. All we know is where our selling edges are and our buying edges are. And this is why we attempt at those edges, and then we risk off into the mid and we look for continuation. We don't try to buy here. We want to buy where we have known participants. We know that this is our buyer. And until this guy is off sides, he is our buyer. And we know this is our seller, right? Our high and our low. So why wouldn't we be looking to play with this guy at the low of our range and sell with the seller at the high of our range? Until either one of these pivots break, we want to be putting risk on at the low with our buyer. We want to be taking risk off into the seller. You're now in the middle. You have no clue which way we're going to go. You're looking for this to break this downtrend and then push back up. We don't know if that's going to happen. And so why would you want to put risk on in the middle where you have an unknown? This is why we are so adamant about you playing the edges in a ranging market. because you are a mere one lot warrior. You do not move the market. You need to play with participants who are larger, who do push price. So we find them, we then trade with them until they are offsides, right? Then we reverse our bias and we then follow. And that's it. Just play with the bigger people. I just have the visible range on, so it's not really a time frame. It's just showing the volume profile for the candles that are visible on my chart at the current second. So like if I scrolled out, my profile would look different because I'm now showing more data. But if I'm just looking at, the last few bars, then my profile is going to have a lot less data, and then we're just going to see where the current volume is in this range. I'm viewing it more so as like a DOM, right? I'm using this with my DOM to help give me an idea of where our current traders, our current participants are positioning in the moment, right? And then like for higher time frame, I'm just looking at a daily. I just have our daily profile on, and then I develop my levels off that for like our larger pivots. And then we just use our intraday, like our little micro profile, visible range profile, to help determine where we need to push above or below to get continuation out of this range. That's really it. Let me just delete this level. This is such a useless level. There you go. Nice job, Romeo. Sorry, I'm trying to make this like pretty educational, but also pay attention to chat. It is not happening. Also, great trade, Adrian. Nice bottom tick. Yeah. this now that it's played. Mark this as current seller pivot. Testing our 74 here on a yes. We know the seller's been sitting here. Need to see the look above and hold.
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, they're expecting the first round of remarks from Fed's Powell, who's speaking at Spelman College. So Fed's Powell taking part in a fireside chat here at the top of the hour. So Spelman College have yet to provide a live video link to Fed's Powell's speech, but we'll keep you posted as one becomes available. So Spelman College have now provided the live video link to Fed's Powell's speech. So again, that's available in the link on the calendar. We'll post it on the news feed shortly as well.
Rory, are you here? He's not. Oh, he is. Not taking the stream to the bathroom. Not gonna make it. Morning, Cass. Nah, I don't know, man. It's going to take quite a bit of effort for buyers to show their hand and get us out of this range. Until that point, like, the overall movement in the market is like downside, in my opinion, until we like break out of this balance and show that we want to aggressively hold. Yeah, I mean, as soon as the Russell loses any sort of real momentum, like, we elevator down. Because we have NQ just sideways. Like, that's basically the only thing that's holding us up. So, our, like, small to mid caps. But as long as we have that, then we continue to respect the range that we're trading in. And then we just wait for NQ plus Russell to basically both show loss of momentum, right? And then that leads to elevator down instead of the slow grind up that we're seeing. Yeah.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who's speaking in a fireside chat at Spelman College. So keep in mind with this, a text is expected, and there'll also be a Q&A as well. So the live video to watch this again is available on the feed and in the calendar for anybody interested. So again, text and Q&A both expected from Powell, just under 5 minutes time now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see it. We'll see. Like, we're trying to test the 74 right now, but I could see a push down into the 71s again if that last wick into it wasn't enough. I mean, all we're doing is trying to build acceptance here in the middle of the range, and then get back over that 77. NQ actually sideways. Need to get back over Globex high before anything can actually happen. Again, like any sort of Russell loss of momentum is going to be the determining factor if we come up to retest the high of this range. Gonna have to wait for Russell to show this as it's low. Might need to come back down into that 28 area to retest our ADR. Right. We'll have to see if this is enough. But if sellers defend this now, we should be looking for kind of a lower high and then a push into demand and then a pop and then continuation off of that. We'll see if they can do it, if this was enough of a hold. But we got our move down back into VWAP on ES. Need
So 1 minute
NQ to
remaining
recover
now until we
Globex
expect
high.
the text release from Fed's Powell.
Rory, you're back. Dude, I can't play the Riot beta. Immediate crash. Yeah, I just went to bed instead. Tried to launch it last night, and it just crashes on launch. Actually, it doesn't even crash. It just doesn't even open.
10 seconds.
I think it might be my GPU. Something's up with it. But it's just so strange, man.
So seeing these comments here from Fed's Powell then. So the FOMC is moving forward carefully as risks of under and over tightening are becoming more balanced. Fed has made
You
considerable
need to see
progress
this buyer
lowering
hold at the
inflation.
68 on
Fed
ES
funds rate well into
and this
restrictive
90 on
territory.
NQ.
Uncertainty over economic
That's your
outlook
pivot.
is unusually elevated. Fed is making rate decisions meeting by meeting based on the data. Fed will raise rates again if needed to lower inflation. Says it's premature to say that monetary policy is restrictive enough. Inflation has eased, but
Watch
core
this test
inflation
here.
is still too high. So need to see more progress on lowering inflation to 2%, but does welcome the recent softening in inflation data. Says that wage growth is still high but moderating to more sustainable levels, and that Fed actions have defended inflation fighting credibility. Labour market conditions are very strong. Job market has cooled but is still strong, and unemployment is up but still historically low. Expects spending and output to slow over the next year. So again, Fed's Powell there. It also says to reach inflation goal, the recent core progress must continue.
For more downside, you need to see 90 become
So note the
resistance
market
on
reactions here, a
NQ.
little bit of weakness in the S&P
Same
500
with that
and
68
some
on
strength in
ES.
the dollar. As
Until then,
Fed's
this is where
Powell
buyers
does
are going to try to
reiterate some
defend.
comments that he has made before. So again, Fed's Powell did say that it's premature to say that monetary policy is restrictive enough and that the Fed will raise rates again if needed. A bit of weakness in the S&P, a bit of strength in the dollar as well. US Treasury yields pairing their declines as well after Powell's comments. That's the 10-year yield last down at around 4.319%.
'90s hold NQ. 65s continue to hold ES. Same range, same liquidity. First risk off into 74s. Same trade as before. You need to see 74 become supportive on a look above. You need to see 940 to become supportive on NQ for a look above and then hold. Or this is the high of our range. We are currently at our selling pivot on NQ and on ES. This is why it is so important to understand where people are positioning. Great trade room. Hopefully we get out of here. Off of this. Hopefully we've trapped enough people at that low. Oh, have a great weekend, man. Don't get cocky. We haven't broken out of the range yet, right? Except that this is where our seller is until they're not, right? Just move stops up on a runner, trade the range, secure, and look for continuation. Until then, we need to accept that this is where our seller has been sitting. Thanks for the reality check, yep. It's just the worst when you're like, you see a move like that and then you give it back for no reason because you just like aren't. You like lose perspective for a second for no reason. You just let it like take the profits. Leave a runner. You get stopped. It is what it is. Remember that we've been trading in a range for the last week. Your old 1080. Hell yeah. Is it even a TI or is it just a 1080? Just a 1080.
So the dollar index now pairing gains in the wake of Fed's Powell's comments. So it's last up around spot 1%.
I got the 90 hold grotto on NQ. Just played that to 940. I really think that until I see a push over 940s on NQ, like this is it. Like there's just it's so clear that there's a seller sitting here. Later, Ty. Delete this. Need to keep these charts clean. Clean, clean, clean. Awkward. Okay, clean, huge. This move has a bit more believability with the Russell holding and pushing. Just keep that in mind. As long as that maintains momentum, we'll be looking for a push and hold over 940 and NQ to lead for more upside. I like that Globex high was Globex low was defended on NQ. So this is now your like local pivot that we're watching this node. Should just be watching for bounces here until this becomes your re-offer. That's kind of now your pivot, this blue box.
So just seeing from a Twitter source here, so this is watcher.guru, 2.1 million followers, says that the SEC spot Bitcoin ETF approval window is set for January 5th to
I love that he
January
mentioned
10th,
followers.
So in a 5-day window provided by a Twitter source for the SEC spot Bitcoin ETF approval.
How many times are we going to get fake crypto ETF news? Surely this time it's real. yeah, definitely, definitely buy Luna again. Jesus. All right, coming back into our seller at this 80 to 82 on ES. This is where they've been positioning themselves over and over and over again. We need to see that recovered as supportive, and then we can look for our Globex high up at 84. Then we should just, again, respect that until we can push and hold over our Globex high, except that that's where top of our value is, right? That it is what it is. Again, the reason why I said that this move had a lot more potential is because we had the Russell supporting it, right? If NQ is holding higher lows and we're seeing Globex high being defended from buy side and the Russell has momentum, we should expect more upside. Just, it is what it is. That's why we can be a little bit more relaxed with taking profit, understanding that we do have momentum on the trade. This is now pushing into RPT. Again, you want to see this 80 to 82 ideally defended on buy side if we're going to get more upside. But we do understand, right? We just got to respect that this 65 has been our resistance, and this 82 has been our resistance on ES, right? This 82 and this 65 on NQ. We're looking for the ability to hold here, right? Buyers defending for a push. For NQ, your next target will be 90s, and then like this flat Globex high up at 1600. So just look to see if buyers can defend, and we can flag this out up at the highs, understanding that this is supply. Pushing into our 84 on ES. Move your stops up until Globex high becomes supportive. Just understand that we're looking to see if sellers are going to trap some longs here on a potential breakout of this range.
TV reporter via Twitter on the spot Bitcoin ETF window, confirming the dates between January 5th to January 10th. Again, this is according to a James Seyfarth. Window is officially January 5th to January 10th. Really, this means that any potential approval orders are going to come either Monday of January 8th or Tuesday, January 9th, or Wednesday, January 10th.
So here's your look above, Globex high. Look for a pullback here and then buyers to aggressively defend, or again, this is going to be your sell level. I'd ideally like to see a push to 90s here on NQ on a hold of 65. But we do understand that this is Globex high on ES. And this is where our first look above the seller here. So we're just basically waiting to see. All we want to see is on this push down and then up, if we can now defend this, right? That's what's important, is can we defend this level? I think it's pretty common to see exactly what we just saw there. And yes, you got your look above, right? Your Globex high, and sellers then position themselves at that edge. And so until we see these higher lows kind of develop here, it makes sense to kind of see sellers and shorts loading into that position. So like if you were trying to short the market, right, like this is a great place to look for that, right, you're at your top edge, so your risk is pretty known. And then like if you're wrong, right, we have a pretty clear understanding of when we would be wrong, right, on the hold of that Globex high, and then the ability for buyers to then defend this and push this out.
Dollar yen
Just like
dropping
we are looking for that
0.6%
65 to
the day's
62 to
low
hold
as
at
Powell speaks.
Globex low, right? The same principle applies at our Globex high.
So 2-year US Treasury yields hits the lowest level since June 13th, last down 12.3 basis points at 4.5921%.
See if we get continuation here. Need that 82 to continue to be defended sell side if you want more downside, with confirmation under that 79.50. Right, so what you're looking for here from this Globex high, you need buyers to defend this. You like absolutely, you're looking for this previous seller to now become our buyer. But if this doesn't happen and we continue to see that 82 being reoffered, you look for that push below 79.50, the same thing to happen from that 82, and then a push down for our target into 74. Just keep that in mind. Need this flag to kind of be maintained here, and these previous sellers to now be offside and buyers to find value here. If this reverts and we look back down, we then can play this back down to the low or the mid of this range, I think. So this is going to be a very important area for us to see how buy side participates. Like, I need to see that 65 recovered on a look above and then hold for me to be comfortable in longs, or we need to see a push back down to this node at 940, right? There's no real in between here, kind of no man's land. So here's your look below at 79.50 on ES. See if it can now hold. And why do I care about that level? Well, this is where our previous seller was, and then we saw liquidity buying here, like these wicks down, a buyer trying and pushing price up. But if this is now our selling level again, we look for this to kind of be defended, right? This right here, this blue box, to be defending and on any sort of reoffer, and for sellers to basically just be sitting here absorbing, and then you get a continuation down, back down to 74s. So we need to see, right, this is the test. Are we able to maintain the top of our range? It's the same idea as before, right? This is where we currently are. We're looking to see if this buyer value can hold, right? That shift from seller to buyer. On this look above, we're now looking to see if buyers are willing to maintain the higher low in this distribution that we're currently trading in. If they fail, right? If buyers fail here, what does it mean when we get that look and then the reoffer, right? It's the same setup, where this is where we're trying to play with these participants here who are looking for a break and a push out of this distribution, right? But if they fail and then sellers defend where they were buying, where buyers were, right? We then have to look for a push down back into our mid. That's your first risk off. And then we look for this to find acceptance from sell side. And then we look for a push down into the lows, right? And now you've trapped buyers at the highs who are going to need to exit, and that's going to lead to acceleration. And then you can look for more downside, right? But until then, we have known areas where we want to be putting risk on and putting risk off, or taking risk off. And like, as long as we respect that and we are taking profit and moving our stops into these known participants, right? Like, we shouldn't be offsides very often. And when we are, it'll be very small because we're only trying to trade at these edges.
So more comments coming from Fed's Power now. Answers questions at the Spelman College event. It does note that the Fed spends more time talking to Congress than before.
So for me personally, I think that buyers are going to try to push back over this 82, and this is where sellers are going to try to defend, just as the 65 on NQ. That's like kind of your line in the sand for this section. So I'd be expecting sellers to try to be loaded into these areas, right? And then if like we can bid here, great. If we can't, then that's when you run into issues at this 82 and this 65 to 60 area on NQ. And then we look for, right, like a failure at 76 and then a failure at 40s. But until then, like all we're trying to do right now is for buyers are going to attempt to hold this previous seller. That's it. And try to flag here. No, I think that's good. I think that's a good trade, Rory. Like you don't know which way we're going to go. And we do understand that like we have a seller who's going to be trying here at this Globex high and that we're looking for buyers to try to flag this. So like until we can reclaim and hold above these, I think that like you should be risking off because we don't have an idea. We don't know if buyers are going to have enough strength to push us out of here. So you have to be patient, either waiting for buyers to accumulate at our previous seller.
European fixed income, Germany's 2-year yield
show a
set
higher
for
low,
the biggest one-day drop since March 2023.
I'll let this guy talk. Or they're going to lose momentum, right, at the high of this range, and that's going to lead to a push back down to the lows of the range. So I think, like, until we can, again, I've been saying this over and over again, but until we can maintain above our Globex high, that 84 to 87 on ES, your risk is kind of to the downside. Let me delete this. There's no reason to draw that again. Yeah, I think 82 is a good level to watch. This 82 to 84, right? And I think the 60 to 65 on NQ is a good area to watch. And then all we're looking for is a push below 40s for a short continuation and a push below 79.50 and then hold and defense. Until then, like all we have is like a pretty standard like flag trying to happen right now on ES and NQ.
Fed's Power says US fiscal policy is unsustainable in the long run.
The granularity on your volume profile for the 15 second is the same as the 1 to 3 minute on NQ. It won't be the same, but it'll be similar. Just remember that the volume profile I have on my chart is just visible range. So, like, let me turn off drawings here so you can see. This is the 15 second. We can turn it to the 1 minute. And it's going to be a lot less resolution because I have a lot more data that I'm looking at. But if like I zoomed in like this, right, it's going to be a very similar to that 15 second because the amount of candles that I'm looking at is probably about this on the 15 second. But on the 1 minute, right, like you're zoomed out quite a bit further, so you have a lot more data to be watching. But like on the 15-second, like I'm only looking at the last like 3 minutes here. Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube, and then Surf's streaming the same charts. So there's your rejection at 65s on NQ. Again, you're looking for a push below 940, and then for that to stay offer for continuation down. You're looking for a push below the 79.50 and hold on ES for continuation down, or this is again just kind of like choppiness, waiting for a direction to be decided. Yeah, it's just the financial cloud channel. It's yeah. Here you go. I should probably clarify. I leave drawings on when I'm like explaining something, and then I just don't want people to think that this is like the path, right? Like these are the areas that we're watching, but if without context, it could be probably confusing. How do I draw this for... So we're keeping an eye on this 40 pivot until this becomes on a look below and a hold, right? This is our pivot for both sides. This is why we have this like this. We're going to be continuing to watch for buyers to defend this. If this 40 on a look below becomes resistance, right, then we are no longer maintaining these higher lows, and we'll be looking for that seller offer on the DOM to
I've been
defend this
surprised on the
node for a
upside this
pushback
year,
down.
with inflation coming
fill
down
this
meaningfully,
LVN.
but growth and jobs continuing.
Until we can push over the 65, this is your target, right? And that's why we have this green arrow here, because we're looking for that secondary bid, the rebid on a look above for continuation up. Until then, this is kind of no man's land where we're just waiting to see if buyers can absorb selling enough, right? And then push us out.
Fed's Powell says inflation is still well above target, but is moving in the right direction.
So here's your like 65 on NQ again.
Fed's Powell says the data will tell the Fed if it has done enough or needs to do more.
You need to see that look above and then the ability to hold here, or this is just going to continue to be where our seller is going to try to defend. If we can hold the 65s, then we can look for 90s and then Globex high on NQ.
So noticing Bitcoin here is extending its gains, getting close to 39,000 now, as we did here. There's a confirmation window for the Bitcoin ETF between January 5th to 10th. So again, Bitcoin trading up at around close to 39,000 now. Fed's Power says the Fed does not need to be in a rush now, says we are getting what we wanted to get.
Buyers trying to defend 65s. See if they can actually manage it.
So Eurogroup's Donahoe says, I expect the euro area deficits to continue to fall next year. So Fed's power repeating that we don't have to be in a rush now, we can move carefully.
Yep. I mean, it's the top, man. Until we see
US
the look
2 to
above and
5-year
hold, like,
Treasury
this is
yields
it.
all fall more than
It's just
10
gonna be
basis points
choppy
on the day now.
garbage until we can break out of here. It's just until you see the look below 40s and then hold, just expect this as kind of your range, right? 40 to 65. I should really be saying 66. It's whatever though, but you have the chart in front of you. I think to know, again, like I keep referencing the Russell, but like ES is clearly stronger than NQ, right? And that's in part because of the Russell and all of these names that are helping push this up. Like this has what has momentum on the day, right? So right now the Russell is chopping sideways, trying to hold this high. But like if this momentum fails and we know that NQ is weak, and that we have this resistance at this like 65, 70, whatever you want to call it, then like if the Russell loses momentum, we have this LVN that we can fill, which will lead to ES downside, right? So all you need to do to confirm if this is going to be able to hold or not, or a better entry, is just watch to see if the Russell is able to maintain this current structure. Because we can see just off of what I have on the chart, like we have an LVN here, right? We have some structure that we can fill back down. Like if we lose momentum, that's what's holding the ES and keeping strength. We know where we are. We're at ADR, we're at Globex high on ES. So like the only way that this pushes out and is able to continue pushing, right, breaking out of this range, is if the Russell is able to hold. If the Russell fails, right, then you have weakness on ES, and we already have weakness on NQ. That leads to further downside. So we just need to really keep our eye on if the Russell can maintain here. And we're just watching that 940 pivot, right? That's it. Can NQ keep making these higher lows from that 940, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low. Buyer defense. What you're looking for is the ability for this to continue holding. If this fails, right, and we get that look below, we then are going to be watching to see if these previous buyers are now off sides, and if a seller then tries to defend here for push down. Until we see this break of structure on NQ, we have a very clearly defined range between this 40 and this 72. just gonna move this. Try to clean it up.
Fed's Powell says the most important thing the Fed can do to ease inequality is to get the US back to a period of long-term expansion and steady employment. According to a survey, OPEC output fell by 140,000 barrels per day to a total of 28 million barrels per day in the month of November.
So this is, again, you want to see now a higher low be able to build here, the 70 to hold on NQ for a push into 90s. If it's going to do it, that's what you're looking for from the hold of our 40s. I'd definitely be risking off into this area though. There it is. There's your 90. Voice. And that's your ADR for yes. And again, like I'm just going to continue to reiterate this. Like, as long as the Russell is able to hold where it is and we continue to maintain momentum, right? Like, we will be able to push. If the Russell fails to hold those higher lows like we have drawn, that's when you get the elevator down. There's your Globex high on NQ. Out one more here at 005. Excuse me. I like to see buyers try to hold the 65 to 70 on NQ. I don't want to see like a look below and then this to be defended from sell side. Thank you for the great comment, Gav. AMC and Dole. You missed the move on Dole, bud. I tried to warn you. Is AMC $1 yet? What's great about AMC is that if investors don't push it down to $1, they'll do it themselves with splits. Holy shit, look at this weekly chart. Jesus. Got our defense of that 65 to 70 on NQ. Need to push back over 90s or seller in control still.
Fed's Power says there is a path to getting inflation down to 2% without large job loss, and we are on that path.
So I think just as we were looking as before, if the 65 to 70, if we look below it, right, you're looking for sellers to then defend it. Why do we care? This is important. Well, just a simple line, right? We're seeing buyers pushing price, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, right? What happens if this buyer becomes offsides? Well, we have to then look for the selling to happen again, right? So you need a strong buyer to defense here at this 65 to 70. If we get that look below, we then have to be wondering what happens if this guy's offsides and this seller is now participating again. This seller is participating again. We then are going to be watching for that reoffer and then a push back down into this 40, right? Because then we're just trading, we're transacting in the exact same range as before.
So just noting the dollar extending its
High
slide
of our
down
range,
to around
low of our range.
0.3%, and the S&P up around 0.5% as Fed's Powell answers questions.
So I'm just going to be very, like, my runners are dependent on this 65 to 70 holding. That's it. Or I'll look to shift my position. GME earnings next week, so it could run until Tuesday. Yeah, I think that historically is true. Retesting Globex high here on NQ. If you took the 65 to 70 defense trade, this is your first risk off into Globex high. You really don't have much more ammo until we can hold Globex high as supportive. Right, until we can start to build a flag out up here at these highs and show that this seller is no longer valid, and we can maintain Globex high as supportive on a look above. This is your risk off. It's the exact same
So
selling
that's the dollar
area
hitting a session
on
low
this
against
push
the
up.
yen in wake of Fed Powell's comments. Last down near 1% at around 146.91 again against the yen.
Russell still pushing, so there's no reason to, have like a huge short bias until we start to lose some of these higher lows, right? We still are maintaining momentum. But it is just one of those things where it's like, okay, well, we know a seller's sitting there, and so should be risking off into that 97 on ES, into that 605 on NQ until these become supportive on looks above, or just moving stops up, right? That can be the same thing as for risking off. Just making sure that you're aware and respecting where these sellers have been. So here's your look above, right, on Globex high. Again, you want to see the ability to be able to hold this, just like we saw on ES, right? This is a very similar setup. This is our Globex high on ES. What you were seeing is that this was where our seller was sitting, right? On these looks above, we saw pressure down, pressure down, pressure down, until we saw a look above, the ability to now hold this as supportive, then we were able to get upside. So you should be thinking that the same kind of thing can happen on NQ, which is right here. It's just that we're kind of like lagging a bit, but it's the same kind of structure where you need to be expecting a seller on these moves above to try to hold this area, right? It's our edge on the day. So until we show that we can maintain it and that buyers are willing to defend, this is where we want to be risking off until we see like a supportive bid and an aggressive buyer kind of step in to maintain momentum here. I need to turn down the opacity on these FEG areas. It's just like actually all yellow from how poor our structure is on the higher time frame. Just keep it off for right now. Are the clicks loud on stream? I can turn them down. It's just showing like aggressivity tape. That's all these are from Tick Strike. I tried to keep it pretty low, but I know it can be annoying. You get used to it. Are you watching the YouTube, Rory? Because it would make sense you can't hear it if you're not on YouTube. It's loud on YouTube. Let me turn it down. Put it to like 10 volume. It's so delayed, you should be muted anyways. So to fix the delay on YouTube, on stream, there should be a, in the settings, you can change the speed to ×2. Put it on ×2 until it's no longer in ×2 speed, and then you'll be caught up to live. That's how it works on YouTube. They delay it on purpose for your benefit so that it's a smooth stream. But if you want it live, change the speed to 2, and then it'll catch up to as live as you can get. Let me know if that works, Gav. You're so funny. It's so delayed, you should be muted anyways. True. Yeah, and I'll keep trying to like play with settings. There's only so much I can do with live streaming, right? I mean, like our levels and what I'm saying shouldn't really, like if a 2-second delay is ruining it for you, then like the information that I'm giving isn't really worthwhile anyways. Like pivots should still be pivots. Am I long from... Sorry, Roy, I didn't mean to ignore you. What did you say? 66? I am long from 52. 52.25 on my runner. Yeah, and Q. ES, no, I'm not trading ES. I just gave I'm giving you both, but no, I just bought the hold of 40 and then the rebid off.
Fed's Pal says consumer spending has
For
been
NQ.
surprisingly strong.
Right, because my average is here at this 52.25, which makes sense if we were expecting this 40 to 45 to hold, right? Rather than looking for buyers to defend and then push. Dude, I can't. The game won't load for me. Or I would have played with you guys last night. I'll try to make it work. Yeah, I muted you, man. You pinged me just a few too many times. You're blocked from now on. It is what it
says
is.
that credit card use and defaults mean that spending may be slowing. The consumer has been very strong, again, surprisingly strong.
He says that's crazy. So if Discord's the only thing that's giving me issues, I can try to do a multi-stream with Twitch and YouTube, where I have both of them going simultaneously. But I don't know how to fix the Discord issue. I really don't. But we've had 0 issues with YouTube. Am I streaming a different 3-pane? I don't know, man. Which one are you using?
Iraq exported an average 3.43 million barrels per day in crude in November, according to their ministry.
The yellow boxes are the FEGs. I turned them off because our structure is so poor that literally everything is in imbalance on the higher time frame. So I just turned off Patty for right now. I'm just going to continue to maintain like a slight bullish bias on the lower time frame as long as the Russell is maintaining higher lows. But we do understand where we are, right? We're at our 97 pivot on ES, and we're at our Globex high pivot on
GDP
NQ.
is slowing based on the limited data that we have.
I'm mostly risked off, just looking to see if we have acceptance above this Globex high at 16,000. Until that point, there's not much here. Sadly. So if we review what we were talking about earlier today, with like our range or balance that we were trading in, does this concept make a bit more sense now that you've seen like the higher, like with the understanding of like what higher lows represent, and then like the recovery of our seller to then it shifting to buy side, like with our current action, what we saw today? So if I like go from this to, let's go to like a 10-minute, and then turn off drawings. Do we see like our distribution here? The ability to then hold this high, which was basically our seller, just like sitting here over and over and over again. And then we are able to then push off. And now we're trading right back up into this 97 level, which is where our previous seller value was. It's up here. So we're just retesting this person. This is why this is our pivot at 97, is because until this becomes supportive and we can kind of build out here, there's really not much. We know that this is where we've seen some aggressive pushback down to the bottom of our range on the extremes, right on this tail of this distribution. So, but like this shift of value from these lows and then the ability to then hold the mid and then push up is really great. It's good to see. But it is also why I'm like risked off and just waiting. Why is... We've got 2 copies? What is this? think just to, like, I don't think I'm going to add to a position on NQ until we break. It's so hard. Like, I don't really want to be trading until we are below this POC at this 30 to 40 area. Like, I want to see a push below and then a hold for continuation down, or I want to see a push above this 05 and then kind of the ability to build here. And then we can play this previous auction that we did, what, 2 days ago? Between this 35 to 60. I think it's going to be really tough until we get over this like 6005 area to try to take positions, unless we're playing off of this like lower time previous buyer, off of this like 88 to 80 area, right? Because like we don't know how price is going to react above our Globex high. We need to see this kind of build out and then play back up to our previous pivots. So like for me personally, I probably will just stay in this runner until we get to like either this 35 to 40 or push down. Actually, it's basically this 35 to 40 on both sides. Like I'm really targeting here, right, at this 16035 or down into this 940 to 935. Like I really don't have a good understanding of where we're headed until we break outside of either one of these areas. Because personally, it just looks like we're still kind of just trapped within this range until I see like an acceptance above or acceptance below. Like all we can play off of right now is the ability to hold Globex high, right? Like that's our really it. And that like the Russell is maintaining momentum. But like trying to scalp here, there's not much.
So Fed's Power now concludes the Q&A at the Spelman College event. So again, Fed's Power's comments for now have concluded. So just keep in mind, Fed's Powell is due to participate in a roundtable event at Spelman College again tonight at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, no text is expected for that later on, but Fed's Powell will be coming back to make some more remarks later on in the session.
I will be right back.
So the S&P 500 crosses the highest closing level of 2023, which was hit in July. So it's last up around 0.5% now, at around 4,590.
Do I go live every day? I do on Discord. But this is our first attempt at a YouTube stream. Previously I was doing Twitch and Discord. Not a real one, Romeo. That is the wrong copy paste. There we go. We just hit $1,000 per contract. Huge. Big. Still failing to get over this 05 to 10 though. Big. So structurally, just off of our lower time frame, we can see that what we're trying to do here is be able to build out these higher lows, right? We're seeing a buyer step in, move value up slowly but surely. But until, this is very important, until we see this seller, right, this guy who's just basically loading the boat here, become supportive, I really, it's going to be hard for me to recommend looking for continuation. Like we really need to see a look above this 10 and then kind of a bid off of here for more upside, right? A continuing and a showing that we want to be maintaining these higher lows. Because if we continue to fail here and we continue to see absorption, we are more than likely going to need to have another look below. Right, probably back down into this imbalance here. Let me redraw this. This is bad. Probably down into this and do a little bit of a liquidity grab before we get upside. So for like shorter term time frame scalps, I'm going to be really paying attention to this for potential liquidity grabs down into here. Into this like 76 to 84 on NQ, or a push above our 10s that look above, and then an aggressive hold at that 610 level, 6010 level on NQ, just to show that we want to hold our Globex high and that we want to push up, and then we can be looking for like our 35 pivot that we were playing off of earlier in the week. But I need to see that that this seller is going to be offsides and that buyers are willing to break us out of here. Until then, right? Like until we get either one of these extremes, we are trapped in this distribution. I shouldn't say trapped, but we're going to continue range trading in this like little miniature auction. Right, with this being value high and this being value low. And so until we see what happens at one of these extremes, right, on a test above or a test below one of these extremes, we don't really have an idea of what we're going to do other than traverse the current distribution back and forth. You feel me? So until we see that look above and hold of, quote unquote, current value high and current value low, we should just be accepting that we're going to be traversing between the low and high edge of this distribution. So we want to be watching to see what happens at these extremes on our tails. And for this to not hold as like our buyer value at 90s, right, we need to see off of this bounce, our seller to then be positioned here on reoffer, right, to hold Globex high as resistance. So like when we get this push up from this cleared buyer that is present right here at this 90, we should get liquidity here, bounce up. Then we want to see an aggressive seller basically stacking above us and then holding price. And then you're looking for a look below the 90s and then push down into this liquidity. That's the idea. But again, like we are just traversing the current distribution. And we are going to be watching this liquidity below at this yellow, in this yellow spot, yellow box on NQ. So you just got your reoffer into 90s. They're trying to defend here. You need to see if we can recover that 90 or if that's going to immediately hold for a push down into this buy side liquidity at the 76 to 83. And again, like it's the same thing as before. The Russell lost momentum, which means that we have more acceleration to the downside for ES. We already had weakness on NQ. So we have to be, we're waiting to see if the Russell is able to hold here or if it's going to need to dip further before it catches that low to give us a confirmation that there's going to be more upside. So this is your first test here, right, for a potential double bottom off of this node. But if this becomes resistance, then we'll be looking for the fill. So there's your first little test of liquidity on NQ. With 90s being our offer. So we'll see how much we need to fill and if the Russell can find a low as we come into this. Trying to keep these clean. God. Why can't I okay. Okay, so we should be looking for some aggressive buy side here if they're going to do it. On NQ. Again, we need to see if the Russell can maintain on this edge. Back to our reoffer at 90s from our liquidity on NQ. Needs to get over that 90 and then bid off of it, or this will be just where sellers are going to try to defend. So, I mean, that's already, some easy points, just understanding where buy side is sitting, right? And then understanding that your first risk off is into this 90, and then our second risk off is going to be into this 600 to 96 area here. There it is, right? And like what happened on the Russell, right? We found our pivot. We understood that that's where our first buying attempt would be. We saw liquidity on NQ. If Russell's able to hold, and we understand that all it needs to do is maintain, right? And we know where, if that happens, where we should be looking to transact on NQ, then we get a move up, and that gives you a really nice little easy scalp with like a very clear invalidation. And we already said that Globex is where they're going to be trying to defend, right? Giving you your risk off. Now you look to see if 90s will hold. Surf's on the wrong chart. This is what we're looking at on NQ. Globex, yeah, Globex is referring to that session, but then the Globex high is the high from overnight, yeah. And on Patty, it'll be labeled as ETH high to coincide with how TradingView has it. So like right now we have it on electronic, but if we just put on regulars, like we won't see that information. So this is just the regular trading hours, like basically like the stock hours, while as electronic is the overnight market included. ETH. It's Europe and Asia. It's the high of the session, of the overnight sessions, and the low, yeah. Back to our 97 on ES, back to the 1600 on NQ, right? So until we can push above and then hold this is kind of the pivot high for this little micro range that we're trading in. So just to go back over what we were talking about, we are now back at seller value, right, in our distribution. We're at the high of our distribution, and until we see that look above, this is your risk off. So if you bought the low tail of this distribution, this is your first risk off as we approach this high. What you're wanting to see for continuation is the ability to push above, hold, right, maintain, and then go for continuation. So you want to see buyers shift value to this upper side, right, this upper tail. Until then, Like, this is where we understand where sellers are sitting. Do you guys have questions about that, or is that concept, like, does that make sense now at this point? Right, like, we're here in this distribution. We just got this grab, this push, the hold, and then the continuation up. So we are looking to see if we can now maintain this higher low here off of this grab to the bottom of our distribution, our value, right? That is this. So what we're looking to see is if off of this mid hold, which is here, right? This 90, which is what we were watching for the bid, if off of this hold, we can now come up to these highs and then maintain this higher low for a push and a defense and then continuation. Until that, we want to be risking off into seller value if we bought in from buyer value, right? If we're just trading the current range, the current auction. So this is our look above. Would love to see this hold. Great trades, Cass. The snapback. I'll take 605 though. Bud. Did you buy 80s into that dip for liquidity that we drew out? I'm looking for 35s. You bought 94? Huge. So you did buy it. Oh, it's so weird when we're so close on. This is why we talk ES in 2 number digits and NQ in 3 numbers, so that we don't have this confusion. For anyone who's watching on YouTube, do you guys mind liking the video for the algo? You do mind? Well, no more points for you, bud. Gav, even with the 2-second delay, was this trade to the exact tick off of our drawing that we did 3 minutes beforehand? Was that good enough for you to make money, or are you not going to make it? Too much delay, not going to make it? Well, can't help you there. Once it's caught up, though, right? Like, it goes back to normal. Or is it staying in 2 times speed for you? Okay. I'll try to play with settings and see if I can get that delay even further down. I'll have to check. I'm really not sure. I know even on Twitch there was still a delay. Now 5 seconds. Wow. Is my music loud? Hopefully it's pretty low. No music. Okay, so you can't even hear it. Nice. Yeah, my DOM would be super useful with that 2-second delay. Rory, you're getting your 605 on NQ. There's your 605 to the tick. If only stacked, yeah, surely. If only you had respected the PT on stacked. Wait, that's weird. Why are my upside targets not being listed? Like, there's not a... It only shows downside with the label, the target label, and not upside? Is that the same for you guys? You have upside only. Can you screenshot it for me? Well, do you see on the blue, it's actually labeled as target, but on the reds, there's... Oh, okay, it just popped up. What the hell? Why does this one not have it? Interesting. I have to make a note of that. Can you imagine that the levels indicator that's marking levels is good? That's crazy. You still long, Adrian? Oh, man. We're gonna ride this one lot to Valhalla. This thing is, it's moving. How many ticks? Sorry, I'm not at your 500 ticks, man. Not that impressive, then. True. True. Flex? You forget to close a position on a demo? Here, I fixed the screenshot for you so you can go flex it in the Top Step Discord. There you go. Easy. Let me mark these levels on this chart. 604, 609, 615. Nicely done, CJ. There's my 35 target. Huge. And I'm out. I'll be looking for like a, I don't know, like a quote unquote new auction if price can start to maintain this 35.40, and then we can look for 60s, right? We can do something like this. Until then, this is kind of my high. So I'm out for right now. We are at our next pivot. Russell's still looks fine, but you know, I'll let you know if I do anything else. Wait, see, Flex, it's already working. That screenshot that I posted. They think it's my trades. I know these people in chat. It's already working. Hello? Did you guys not scroll up like 2 more posts? What? It's so funny. I mean, ours is pretty good for the day here. Oh, my dog is barking. I am fully closed on positions. I mean, we're doing fine, but it's no 14K. I'm just going to be waiting for our next setup. Again, I want to see us over this 35 to 40 and then make that supportive for a continuation. If we can hold this like 604, 605 on ES, then we can be looking for 609. But this is really it for right now. Super reacts are free now. We get unlimited with Nitro. No one ever uses them. Yeah, so again, like this 604, 605, just you're going to be looking for this to become supportive for more upside for that 609 and then 615 above. And we need to see that 35 to 40 on NQ become supportive. I'm a prophet. Jesus. Holy. Huge, Adrian. And I'm, again, like, I'm completely fine not being in this.
So in 10 minutes time
Just
now,
because
at
I
the
know
top
how
of the
aggressive
hour,
a sell
we get
could
the
be at
weekly
this
Baker
level.
Hughes rig count numbers for the
I'm
week.
just going to wait for
So
acceptance
again, the
above.
prior read for the oil rigs was 500 and the total rigs saw a prior of 622.
Do I stay on for the rest of the session when Mario gets here, or do I leave and then go play New World with Rory? That's the real question. No, I closed into 35s on NQ. New World's the game's never been easier. It's a good time to get in. New season starts in like, I don't know, 12 days or something. So that'll be a good that'll be a nice place to start if you were looking to play again. But like the game's actually never been easier. It's they made it so casual. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Like now you just like actually, you know, play the game for a couple hours a day, do a couple dungeons, and you'll have like basically, you know, like 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 gear. And like if you really want like hyper specific builds, you can now do that without having to like grind your absolute butt off to get it. They really made the game incredibly casual. Do we see how we held our distribution that we were talking about? Do we see this? Do we see how this works? How you can just like use our logic that we're talking about in the session and then look for upside? Crazy.
Hello, hello.
Oh my god, hello.
How's the YouTube stream working out?
It has a 2-second delay or 5-second delay, depending. Yeah.
Actually, probably not a bad thing, but it's probably annoying for people in voice.
Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like that's not bad for a stream. That, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like if you can't, that's what what I said earlier was like if you aren't getting any sort of like alpha with a 2 or 5-second delay that isn't like beneficial to you, like if you need it to be instantly live, then like I'm not really saying anything of meaning anyways, right? Like
Yeah.
like
What's up, Horatio? Do you want me to just call you Random Man from now on? Hi.
it's like for the people who are like streaming their Dom on YouTube, so you're getting a 5-second delay on a Dom stream. It's like actually useless.
Pretty strong start to the first of the month here, guys. What do you think?
I'm happy that we're attempting to break out of this range. It's nice.
Yes. It looks much cleaner than yesterday as well. Yesterday, like,
It's been 5 minutes
structurally,
time now
everything
at the
played
top of the
so
hour.
well.
We get the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers.
This guy talk.
Oil rigs prior 500, total rigs prior 622.
Yeah, like when you look at the chart, it's like it looks so good. Like in like the
It's been
flow
mid-afternoon trade
intraday
here,
was
just
so
noting the
wacky.
S&P 500 is extending these gains.
There's target in the 50s on NQ from a hold of
The
35.
dollar's still seeing some weakness. Dixie's down around 0.3%. And take a note of the VIX as well. That's down around 1.4%. It's at around 12.73 points.
Again, just we need to see a recovery of this 50-25 and then a bit off of that for push into that 60 to 67 is our next target. We're now potentially in like a new auction, right? We were talking about how this 005 to 035 on NQ was our range that we were trading. We then saw acceptance. We're now looking to see if we can hold this 35 to 40. And then if we can push over that 50, we can look for that 67, right? Like this is, we're now in a new range potentially if this can hold and flag. But you need to see a push above. So all we're looking for here is acceptance above this 35 to 40 on NQ. For sure, did you really make a new account and then DM all of us?
He's rebranding, man. He's rebranding.
He messaged me yesterday in all caps, I see you, and then didn't say anything with that account. I just ignored it. I was like, what is this?
That's so on brand. It's unbelievable.
You alright, Vark? The worst day of my life this week is a quote. Are you actually being serious though? Are you struggling today? Did he just dip?
Sorry if you said something to me. I had to just stand up for a second.
Oh no, you're good. I just like Vark like actually left, so I wanted...
Oh, Vark left. He's probably being half serious and half not serious.
Yeah, but I'd like to like actually review some trades with him because I'm curious what happened.
I mean, he has 2 trades, so 1 entry, 1 exit with 20 contracts. If that is a true screenshot.
Shortly expecting the results of the US Baker Hughes data. I'll lead with the oil rig count.
Oh, I didn't even see him post that. What?
I think it's a joke. It was a rough morning for my normal mornings, Kev. Okay, yeah, see, I knew it. Nah, you guys are just rookies.
Well, he left voice. That's why I was concerned. I was also confused how he lost there because I said that all we wanted to do was hold 35 to 40, which is what we did. This is an important test, and look below. If 35 becomes resistance, then we can look to play this back down. We have such poor structure up here. Excuse me. Russell is still holding though, which isn't a terrible sign. But there's really not much to like actually play off of here.
Oil rigs 505, 505, rotary rig count 625, 625.
Yeah, if like sellers try to defend this 35 to 40 now as resistance on NQ, sorry. Like you need to see a recovery of 40 and then a bid off of that for me to be comfortable looking longs again. Or this has signs of weakness, right? Like if this now is resistance and then we look for something like this, a deeper pullback back to this buyer at 23 to 25. So just be, I'm looking at this node. Oh, what did I just do? So this is where you'd be expecting a seller to try to defend. For me personally, on this is 040 on NQ, right? Just looking at like our node, right? We just filled the LVN there, pushing down. You need to see that bid off for a push back up, or you can start to get a seller to start making these lower highs and defending a previous buy level. You need to see the look back below 35s off of this test though, or they can go either direction. That's the problem. Just as we have drawn, right? Like either you're looking for that 40 entry or you're looking for a push below now 35s and then this to now be defended as your reoffer for a continuation down. That doesn't mean short this edge. It means on the look below, you look for it to be defended, and that's when you go for the short, if you didn't get in at this 40. Right, because you're looking for sellers to start to defend lower highs. Yeah, good job. Because as of right now, like all this is just a push back down to this previous buyer here. And so until we see if this guy is like willing to defend, there's really not much here. But if we start to see like them build out a position and make this a defensive level, like a defensive node to play off of, then we can look for like a deeper push down. Until then, we just start kind of looking at this as balance. So your first risk off if you shorted 35s. And then you're looking for your next risk off into 23.25. Yep. Right, and that's just another, I don't know, hopefully that made sense. I feel like we did that live enough for that to have played out in real time for you. And like until we make that 23.25 resistance, right? Like this is kind of the low. This is just back to our buyer. To the T, he says. A point of profit due to delay. Well, you know, hopefully that covered it. There's your 23. Again, until we see that look below and the hold, this is where you're expecting a buyer to be. Ta-da! Losing a point on NQ, not gonna make it. A single point. It's bugged again. Mario, did you get your items?
I did get this beer last night, but
Okay,
I only
nice.
got 2 amulets.
Well, it's good enough. For right now, at least.
Yeah, until it comes back.
Yeah.
I can't afford to do those anyway, so that's a work in progress. Really doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. So again, oh, sorry. Go.
Nope. I'm not talking about the market.
Okay. So until we see this look below and then the holds, just like we saw with this 35 to 40, right? Like this, we need to see this then be defended for more downside on a look below and then hold, or this is just going to be where we're chopping with our current seller sitting here off this node. So you don't want to really look long until we recover 40s and then bid off of it, just like I have drawn like that. You're just in a runner at this point, if anything. A good sign will be if we lose this 29.50 that I have marked. Because just remember, like, what we have right now, and I know this is a smaller time frame, but it's still like the auction. But we have a buyer that's here. So what we just saw happen is we have liquidity, right? Fresh liquidity here. And then we had a recovery of this buy level and then a bid off of it, right, for that higher low. So as long as that 29.50 is defended off of this previous buy recovery here, you want to be looking as buyers are trying to push this back up. You need to see a loss of that 29.50 and push below for your first signs of more weakness. Because as of right now, this just looks like a bid back up into 40s. Cigarette. I haven't heard that one in a minute. Just your 29.50 retest. Again, you need buyers to really like try to defend that. On any looks below, that'll be your first sign of weakness for NQ. You guys really can't hear music on stream? I hear it. Okay. I'll have to set up a virtual cable so that I can have audio on a different channel so that it doesn't come through. I don't want to get any like copyright strikes and then the stream muted for historical.
Huge DMCA.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just listening to like classical music, so there shouldn't be any, but you never know some of these companies.
Yeah. Or one of the companies that doesn't actually do it, but still reports.
Yeah. We're listening to this banger today.
Huge. This 4600 is going to be really interesting here in ES, especially off the first test. Sellers tried to step down, but someone just smacked it.
So this is that, I mean, looking good. Short feels good. You want to be risking off into 10s, 10 to 5 on ES, or on NQ.
Yeah.
As we push down into this is just a retest of this buyer down here off of the acceptance out of this range. So good first risk off if you're not already. I have one runner. You can still look for that reoffer of 23 to 25 on NQ, that little 2 point of like how we have drawn here. We didn't really get the retest, so this trade still has potential validity off of this node. And watch for that as our now like sellers to basically be loaded where previous buying took place. That's the idea here. If they're going to go for that continuation down. I'll exit if we break above and then show a bid. There's no reason to stay in a runner there. If we push above that, I'll just look for a re-entry up at the 35s, right? Or the 29s.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
And you can see the same thing playing out on the ES chart where we see that liquidity wick, right? And then that becomes resistance. So like these buyers are now offsides at that 99.25. You really want this buyer at 98s to be able to lift this back up over 600s. Ideally over 602 on any sort of
90
push.
counterparties take $768.543 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
You see the node, right? Draw it out.
For ES traders, look at this structure that we're testing from like 96 half down to 95.
Future traders price in sub 4% Fed policy rate by 2024 year end.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Wonder if I should start doing these like this.
US crude futures fell $1 to $74.90 a barrel.
You guys like this? Is that helpful? If I draw the nodes more so like that with the background? It does seem unnecessary, but you know, I think a lot of what I do seems unnecessary, and then those are like the things that like actually give you the light bulb on, where you start to it starts to click. So I don't know. I am an artist after all, true.
And Brent crude futures fell $1 to $79.92 a barrel.
Need the Russell to catch a bid if you want this thing to be the low, or we'll probably come back down to that 52.3. This is like your first, excuse me, this is where previous buyers were, right, on RTY, so like you really need to see that bid step in here aggressively, or we'll probably go for that imbalance fill. Wait, what the heck? Why did it put it on this as well? I think if you lose 97 on ES, that's when you're running into issues. If like 97 becomes the offer, until that point, like that, this is kind of where you're expecting buyers to try to defend, especially with where the Russell is, right? This is just like your range break retest. That doesn't mean it'll be successful, but it does make sense why, why there's an attempt here. Again, it's just like as soon as the Russell is able to maintain or like get momentum again, you can look for a little bit of a buyer push.
Sellers really tried on ES into those lows there.
Yeah. And this is what we had for NQ and RTY. But like if you look at the Russell, like it makes sense why there's a little bit of a bid. And like if we push below that, then we can go for that FEG fill down at the 52.3. We're still like at our seller here. Like we need to recover that 604, 605 on ES. Or there's really not much here, right? But it made sense for a bit of a bounce. Move our nodes over again. Like I see. I think Gav doesn't. Isn't that a good? Doesn't that look good? Come on.
Yeah, Gav doesn't like anything.
Like, look how fancy that is, Mario. Do you see this? Nodes with backgrounds.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's crazy. That's real. That's funny. Just watch for that look below 97 and then hold. Until then, there's not much here. You just have a buyer at 97s and a seller up at that 604, 603 area. Just waiting to see who wins. I won't be bullish on NQ until I see us recover that 35 to 40 where we originally took our short. Need to see the Russell break these lower highs as well. Where's my cookie?
Keys.
Thank you.
I really think sellers have to look for a lower low here. I'm gonna get stuck for a while. Just like a tick here on ES, but I want to see like 95s.
I'm fully out. This thing can have legs on a push below, but this was target for me. So at this 010s to 05 on NQ.
Yeah, the NQ makes sense here.
I definitely think if the Russell continues down, that this definitely has at least one more leg. It's like the only thing that's been carrying the market today. See if buyers on NQ double bottom in here at 005. Remember, you have Globex high at 1600 even, so you're going to look for that to be defended. If we do push below, look for that to become resistance for a continuation down.
I have that peak under 96 on ES as well. I'm just running a pretty tight stop on my last one here to see if ES can get a little bit lower. More match NQ structure. So some people have a reference. That's what I'm looking at.
See if buyers defend here. I don't know. The way I look at areas like this, where like I have a clear area where I want to close my short or like take profit into a short, is I'm thinking like other people as well are going to be closing shorts, and that'll give some upside, right? So like until I see a push below, to me this becomes a bid, which is like why like I'm selling into my 6005 and then buying it, right? Until I see like the push below 1600s, and then it's just like an easy risk off. So like I'm out one here. Because it doesn't like need to get continuation for me to make money. Just needs to trade back up to our previous seller, understanding that there's a decent amount of potential for buy-side liquidity to be here at that 005. And then it just becomes like a nice little risk-off scalp. Sorry, I risk off my short, and then I can do a little bit of a scalp long for the people that are covering there. And then just have a stop right at like where I'm looking for my invalidation. I don't know if that made sense. But like if, I'll just explain it. We are looking for shorts off this 35. We are targeting this 10 to 05 area. So if I'm willing to risk off here, then I should be looking for potential longs off of this. Until I see that push below, and for this to hold as resistance, that's where I'm looking for short continuation. So until then, like, I'm going to be like looking, right? Like small size, just testing the waters to see if that'll hold. Understanding that like this doesn't have that much room until we can break over this seller here. Because what does this represent? Just like in all of our other trades today, it's like there's a buyer who's offsides here at this 14 to 12 for just from this previous range, right? So until we can push above and this becomes the rebid for me, like there's not much, but this is still points, 05s to 14s, if I just have a limit. And then all I do is look for a push up and then a continuation. So like right now, you're risking off into this, and then if we can hold above and this becomes our bid, then we can look for a playback up to 23.
Spot gold extends gains to hit an all-time high, last up 1.5% at $2,074 per ounce.
Right, so like that, I'm fully out now, and then I'll look to see if they have any sort of continuation potential, but like that's what you'd be looking for, because we understand that the seller's here. Oops. And it's the same thing for ES, right? Like we can see the node. We can see that this was our previous buying level at this 98. And so like until we can get over it, and like show that we want to bid up back, it doesn't really make sense to look for anything else. See, look, our node played, Gav. Huge.
It's because it's pretty.
Yep.
Do people like the new levels box, by the way? As well as the new color scheme? Well, the new box on the new levels indicator, my friend. Table, I should say. Yeah, the table. That's on me. So again, in this 95 ES, buyer's still here.
This is your Globex high on NQ, 1600. So again, I need to see a look below this, and then a hold, and then you're just basically looking for that 1600 to 6005 to become resistance. So then you push back down into 90s, which is our target for continuation.
According to the Energy Department, oil companies will return 4 million barrels of oil to the US Strategic Petroleum Reserve by February from the previous exchange.
And I think for ES, you're looking for that 93.75 and then
According
91s.
to the Department of Energy, the US seeks to buy up to 3 million more barrels of oil for the SPR for February delivery.
I thought, and like for a good indication, as usual, just like watch the Russell to see if it can bottom here or if it needs to come down to that 52.3.
The return of 4 million barrels of oil to the SPR by February has been sped up from the original timing of this summer.
This summer. Okay. I really think that you need that 93.75 to become resistance for more continuation down on ES or on like this is kind of like that supportive node. So.
I agree. The Russell structure here is my main look, or if we can get into like 53, feel like bridges. Because that looks, now it was like NQ went first, and now ES following, and now we have to see if Russell. The structure is very similar, they're just moving through it at different paces. As we were saying that, there's our tag into 93s.
Just waiting for that Russell to bottom. I don't know if it needs to come down to that 52.3 to like 50. It's
New top edge here.
yeah. Don't know.
And the KBW Regional Banking Index rises nearly 5% to hit an over 3-month high.
Later, Kev. Have a great weekend. So if you look at it like this is what we had on ES, right? So this node is still supportive in this sense, but if it can't breach back over that 95-ish, 96-ish, then all of a sudden this can become resistance. So we'll look for the lower high, and then the failure at that 93.75, the push down, right? Like this. I should have taken that screenshot after. This is what I'm watching for here. It's either like the recovery of that 96.50 or the lower high here, and then the push below that 93.75, and then that to become our offer, and then a larger, more aggressive move down. But like until then, like I'm going to view this as a potential supportive node. It's hard for me not to. And the Russell should give clarification if this is going to hold or not. Again, I'm out of everything. I'm just waiting. All I heard was...
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you said more.
This was more active today, so it's like a couple points out. This is the last one though.
Russell still hasn't confirmed. Here's your pivot. That 97 to 98 area. You need to see that become like your rebid on a push above. Or I kind of just expect this to be our seller. Same with that 1600 to 1605 on NQ, right? It's the same thing. Off of our 90 bounce. So like if you longed from that 93.75, this would be a good first risk off in my opinion on ES. Same with NQ. Until we can make this supportive on a look above and then break the downtrend. Like it's just obvious like, oh, seller was here before.
This because I think it's good, but this is like my first trade in here, and then when my exit turned into reoffer, I hit again, and then you can see I hit the same area again. Well, I probably should have just held, but
here's like an update on that same screenshot, right? Like we're just hit the node, right? It's just obvious seller, 98. Now you're looking for like a higher low at that 96.50, like we have drawn, and for a bid to step in there and then push out, or like this is it, right? Risk off. It's a lower high. So like this is where you expect sellers to be defending, and you want to see buyers be able to hold the higher position. And if they can maintain that, then you can get upside continuation. And nothing crazy. And again, like the Russell still hasn't pushed. I mean, it's holding, but we need it over 58. Grab some water. I'll be right back.
Still lower highs on tick. You have like some volume compression occurring as well. Oh, Larry Hoover.
I just saw that. But it's like, oh, okay.
Still remember when I had to ban Chungus from Twitch.
Ugh. Unfortunate.
Well,
You hate to see it, honestly. Hopefully he's doing better.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Powell and Feds Cook. So Feds Powell and Feds Cook will hear from local lenders in the tech, innovation, and entrepreneurship community at Spelman College. No text is expected.
Is there anyone who's not in Discord watching the YouTube right now? Do you guys have any questions? If you are, I don't know what like the ratio is right now. I think we have a split audience with mostly people from Discord. But if you guys have any questions, let me know. Yeah, I'm live 3 days a week, but I provide my chart book on TradingView, as well as do like live commentary. And then on my days off, the other guy who's speaking on stream, I don't know if you guys can hear that. You probably should be able to, but he's on during my days off. But yeah, that's what's offered on on our Discord. So we have like intraday idea updates, and we give levels, and we just walk through the market because we're also trading. But for me personally, I give you my chart books for TradingView. So you can have my charts, and they will update live as I draw on them and change levels and everything else. It's part of what you get. So there won't be any delay, and then you'd have my live levels at any point. And I chart underlyings as well, but we usually focus on futures.
What's the bet for how long we oscillate these 2 points? Rest of the day, we just sit here.
For the lives, Kim? Is that what you're asking?
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Powell and Feds Cook, who will hear from local lenders in the tech, innovation, and entrepreneurship community at Spelman College. No text is expected. We have posted the live video on the feed for all those interested.
Oh, yeah, so for just the for premium, you get that's $79 a month without our discount. But I think our discount, our like Black Friday stuff is still going on, which is like 30 or 50% off. I don't remember exactly. But that's if you want like the trade ideas, alerts, live trading, live voice news, as well as like all of our lessons. We have like, I don't know, probably 500 hours worth of educational content that we do. We do a Monday class for at least an hour every Monday, where we go over topics, review trades, do live trading, DOM review, etc., etc. Plus a newsletter. That's $79 a month flat without any discounts. But we usually, I think we have a deal going on right now. I don't remember if it's 30 or 50% off. But if you want the indicators as well, that's $99 a month with all of our indicators. So like you actually, that's with our chart book and like everything else. But like if I turn off all the drawings and we just go to like most of the work's actually done for you with what we have offered. So we have like a full training platform that teaches you how to use everything, and then goes through like risk reward and like where you should be looking to take trades and whatnot. But yeah, let me see if I can if that discount is still on, because I think it should be pretty cheap right now.
Shortly expecting comments from Feds Pal and Feds Cook.
But we're not a I think I should need to clarify. We don't, like, you get the benefit of trading with us live and like being very similar plays to us, right? But we're not a call out service. We're an education and teaching platform where you have us, you know, live every day, walking through our trades, our plan, what we're seeing in the market, and then trying to teach you how to do that as well. We're pretty successful at it. We have, I think at this point, about 60% of our community is funded through prop firms, and you get a discount of 20% off monthly if you prove that you've been funded, which is great, right? So like we make the experience quite a bit cheaper, and we are trying to build you up, right? Like the end goal is for you to be an active participant in the community and actually make money on your own and have the skill set and not be dependent on us for the rest of your life, right? We're trying to teach a skill, not make you dependent on us. Yeah, no, I just want to clarify, because I think a lot of people, a lot of services these days are trying to be just like a call out thing, and I think that's super scummy. Yep, so the code right now is BF23, I believe. That should be working. Let me make sure, though. Sorry, I was not prepared for this. Give me a sec. And just to while we're waiting, I gotta. If that code doesn't work, I'm checking right now. I will make a code for 30% off in a second. But to update positions and like where we are, I don't think that we should be looking for a trade until we either recover this 98 level or lose this 93.75 level. Because we're at this supportive node, so there's not really much to do here. We're just seeing that chop, right? We need to see the Russell be able to break over this 58. If the Russell gains momentum and we see it break the selling high, I think that we can definitely get some more upside. But we are very dependent on the Russell to help ES push here. NQ is incredibly sideways, and it has been for most of the day momentum-wise, whereas the Russell has been leading. So if the Russell finds a low, then we can definitely see more upside, right? but we need to be able to break over that 58 and then bid off of it, or we're pretty much just trapped here. And it's not a great position to be in unless you're in from this edge that we called at that 93.75. So we need to recover and then hold above this 97 to 98 and then bid off to show that buyers are willing to participate where the seller was, right? The whole point and what you need to understand is that we had a buyer here that was attempting. This buyer became offsides and became our seller, right? So until we can recover this level, we need to respect that a seller is sitting here at this 97.98. So I'm looking for a look above, the ability to then rebid off of that, right? On the DOM, we'll see an aggressive bid that stacks and then shows their hand that they want continuation, right? So they're willing to buy at the high of this range. And then we'll be looking for a push up into our next sell level, which will be this like 602 and then 604, if that is able to hold. But I just am really respecting
Everything kind of top of range here. You have Apple bidding as well. More sideways than other primary tech underlines.
But you see, like with the Russell moving, we actually get some momentum and we have the ability to
Still
get
kind of
out of
keep
here.
an eye on the Russell here.
All right, here's a 30% off that actually works for sure if you use this link. There you go. The code itself is this. Let me know if that doesn't work. That should though. Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was muted talking with someone on YouTube, but like we're just at our pivots, right? Like we're just chopping this range. Just like Mario said, like until I see a push and hold above 97.98, that's kind of your high. Same with that 005 to 010 on NQ, right? Like we're just kind of trapped here. Need to see if the Russell can hold this breakout. It'll be really important. That 58 level is still what I'm watching for a bid. I do like that the Russell is at least showing signs that it wants to hold this low and is making these higher lows. If as soon as we're able to hold over that 58, I'm gonna have a lot more confidence that it'll be like a leading signal for upside. With like ES and NQ basically just chopping around here, right? Like not really a great positional trade as of yet, unless you're playing the edges that have been given. Just for like we're looking for a break out of these ranges and then a bit above and then hold. Until then, like you're looking for either a break below that 93.75 and for that to hold offer, or for a look above 97.98 and then for like a strong bid off of that to play back up to 602, 604 on ES. Until then, you don't really have much. We're just holding Globex high on NQ, but I'm hoping that the Russell is a leading indicator here. But I think unless you're in at like again at one of these edges, like there's not really anything. Yeah, you don't want to be trapped here for an hour and chop, you know. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. Awesome.
Just know if he says something fun, Flex.
Ah, jeez. I like that the Russell held there. That was exactly what we were looking for with the bid off 58s to give a first sign. Still need to break out of this range for 97, 98 on ES and break over this 005 to 10 on NQ. But I'm a big fan of that hold of 58s on RTY for kind of a leading indicator.
Does that look like Sig just said?
Great job, Gav. Great job.
Bye, buddy.
Yeah, have a great weekend. So wait, you're done with that combine now? That's funded just off of NQ? To play a good video game. Yeah, I'll let you know when I get into Rocket League, you know? So let's see if we can bid here now. Ideally, right, like this is what you're looking for, is that 005 to 10 to become supportive on NQ, for this 97 to 98 on ES to kind of become supportive as ES maintains higher lows. We have not confirmed that it's going to do that yet, but you do want to see... you don't want to see a loss of momentum here, right? Like we want to see a bid kind of continue to hold, and then an aggressive push. That would be what I'd be looking for. And so let's see if they can step on it here. Need the Russell to find a low for a bid to happen again, right? Just channeling up. Nothing crazy. Just clear buying momentum, straight channel up, higher lows, lower highs, or higher lows, and higher highs. But we need that 58 to be maintained. So here I'm just really looking to see if buyers can like flag it, right? Or this will just be our pivot high back to our seller. I'm retired. It's now or never for me. Like you need to see the Russell find a bottom here at this 15-minute halfway back and a recovery of 58s. Or I think this will be a look above and fail on ES. So let's see if this 97 can hold on ES. But you'd want it to happen like now, right? Like you need to see a sign. I'm not a huge fan of this movement with how slow we are and the Russell not really carrying. But if NQ can carry the market, right, and the Russell just needs to move sideways in this range and not lose like our higher lows, I think that you have potential for a push up. But I'm not a big fan of it, right? Because when we have like one indice kind of carrying, there's a lot more potential for more volatility. Like any sort of loss of momentum on NQ here will lead to a strong sell. So you have to be in a position already from either like that 90 or the rebid off of the ETH high, and we can play up. But like you need the Russell to kind of follow through and get with the program here, or we're going to find resistance here into this like 22 to 26 on NQ, and if that happens and the Russell isn't breaking out and back over this 58, then you can all of a sudden get an elevator down on the market, right? Because the NQ is now at our pivot high, whereas ES and R2I are not moving at all, which leads to like a breakdown on R2I if NQ loses momentum. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Like, so as we come up into here and this loss of momentum, this will lead to downside, and NQ is already at our pivot. So like if we lost this and this trades up into here and we meet resistance, all of a sudden we have potential for a larger push down. But hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully Russell bids, NQ continues to find a buyer here, right? And we continue to push. But it's something that you always want to keep in mind when you have divergence. You see what I mean? This is you're gonna really depend on NQ to catch a bid here at 10s. This 10 to 5 point area of risk for a buyer to try to step in here. But you need NQ to find a low like in the next couple seconds if you want any sort of sustain, because the Russell is pushing down. So now you have this rotation where the Russell's trading off and they're pushing NQ up at the same time. But like as soon as NQ loses that momentum, then you get both coming down drastically at the same time, and then the market is unable to, you know, like rotate these ticks like it currently is. It's how they get you. They trap you. Jesus Christ, Mario. What is average trade time? 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's just a little scalping.
Holy shit. Where did you even find that?
I did a little Google search.
What? Hello?
Look at this. What's even actually funnier It is all, dude, look at this equity curve.
Oh yeah.
Average losing trade time 2 seconds. Total loss 175k.
Holy.
34k doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Pumping those numbers. And then here comes Varg out of the woodworks.
So this is your test on the Russell here to determine, I think. It needs to be able to push back over. You don't want it to continue making these lower highs. He's just a boy. I don't want to see NQ
Oil
lose
futures
14.
extend losses. Brent crude futures down by $2 a barrel.
14 needs to stay bid.
NYMEX diesel January futures settle at $2.66 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at $2.12 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $2.81. NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $74.07 a barrel. That's down $1.89 or 2.49%.
It's definitely like a monthly review, but definitely not a day. How much time do we have left? How much more time do we have to sit here?
Hour and a
Holy.
half. Well, that's like I said when we bottomed here. I was like, how long are we gonna sit here?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure people chuckled at their computers, like silly Mario. But here we are.
Yeah, no,
Microsoft is bidding now with Apple.
that's good.
So
It makes sense why NQ gained some strength.
yeah.
Again, though, like until I need the Russell back over 58s with NQ pushing, or like this just seems like a trap to me. I don't know. I'm not trading it. Hell no. Too slow.
Both of these are into resistance.
Yep.
The last. True.
Flex, why? Why, man? This is so sus. If you're not in an edge, please be careful. Fed speaks again, right? Sorry, Fed. Powell speaks again at the end of day, right? End of at 4. So there shouldn't be anything else to worry about now that rig numbers are out. Unless I'm mistaken. He's on now. He started at 2. Oh, yeah, it's a military. Yeah. Yeah. It's Powell and then Cook. He hasn't started talking yet. Okay. That would make sense why we're trading in a 3-point range. He's 30 minutes late.
Just close the door.
Excuse me. Yeah, until I see NQ over and like bidding off that 23 to 25, like that to me is just the top of the range. I think we've had this marked for quite some time. I need to see the look above and hold. And like, again, if like the NQ loses momentum and the Russell isn't gaining any traction and it's making lower highs, like it's going to be not fun being in a long. But hopefully, you know, JPOW is bullish, R2Y is able to recover 58s, we bet off of it, right? NQ breaks out. ES 1 candle to 5,000, right? Like that's,
Easy.
That's what we're looking for here. See if NQ can hold here. Again, just testing that 10 to 05 area. You want this to stay bid or we lose like all momentum on NQ. And the Russell again is not helping. So that's like your worst case scenario. Will become real. See if we can continue to bid off 10s. I haven't taken a trade in like an hour.
Brent crude futures settle at $78.88 a barrel. That's down $1.98 or 2.45%.
Just deleting stuff that's already played out. This can still play on a look below. This is fine, but didn't really result in any movement off the 97 bid. Just delete it. Later, Adam. Have a good one.
Peace out.
Did JPOW start talking? I just opened it. Okay, they're talking about nothing. I'm gonna close it. He looks so bored. Sorry.
Yeah, but then Seraphy goes, well, let me give you advice on how to fix the economy to one of the questions. And then we move 30 points and then retrace it in 3 seconds.
Now you're talking.
Flags. Oh. Couldn't even imagine. Buying resets in college, I spent all my money on cartons of cigarettes.
Yeah. Is that for a pack? What are you smoking, Grotto? Dummy ones? .69 has a brand. I'm so confused. Why? Why? Yeah, I'm on the page now. This is definitely just some like drop shipped nonsense. You said nah. That's crazy. Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's not. Don't you buy in a smoke shop? That stuff is so overpriced. Here. Just buy off this site. Trust. That 20 is too much, man. That's a $13 product.
Whichever one isn't 20 bucks.
None of them should be. I mean, right now they've got a deal on the nasty ones. I don't know if those are good or not, but you can get 3 for 20 bucks. Those are 8,500 hits. The ones that I've used before are the elves, which they rebranded to B5000 or whatever. BC 5000. Just search by reviews. I don't use disposables. I just have a pod. But like these are like these in a gas station or like a smoke shop would be like $20 to $25. And they're probably like off-brand, fake. Yeah. But Elf and BC 5000 are the same brand. They were just banned in the United States, so they had to change their name. Yeah, well, it's China, man. They don't care. Back to the top of our range on NQ.
You're getting some movement here with Nvidia and Tesla now.
Yeah. I think you can probably play this up to 35 if we break over 29 here. There's still no movement on the Russell, which makes me nervous. We know this is a selling level at 602 on ES. So kind of just waiting to see what our reaction is as we push into this. I'm going to potentially look to take a trade if we get a strong selling into 35s on NQ and the 602 sell holds on ES as that happens. If not, then we can probably look for a pop out of here. Just need the Russell to get back over 58s.
It's our last 15. Oh, this was the turn of the hour. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be watching to see what happens as we push back into this 35 to 40. They can go either way, but like if 35.40 holds strong resistance, then good luck. So sellers still sitting there at that 02 on ES into our NQ35s. Your only hope here is for a bid to step in here on break of structure at this 23.25 on NQ and this 600 retest on ES, I think. Basically the middle of our range right now for NQ. If you took the 35 short or the 602 short, like, this is your first risk off. I'm not in this trade. I want nothing to do with this range, but the pivot was given. I cannot be bothered to trade when it's this slow. Back to our 005 on NQ, see if buyers maintain or if this pushes down. Again, Russell, zero movement. NQ just came back to our pivot resistance, sold off, leads to a elevator down. Right now, this is need. We're at the bottom of our range on NQ. You want it to hold here. Failure here, not a great sign. Oh, 05 liquidity still present. Back to our 14s. Need to see this bid again, or this is going to. We need to rebid off this like 14-16 here on NQ for any more upside, or this will just be like a seller continuation. Lower high.
This range is like a couple points bigger.
Yeah. If you're in at 005s or 10s on NQ, this is your next risk off into our 23, the middle pivot of this range that we've been talking about. This is your seller reoffer if they're going to. It's 23 to 25. It's our 58 test on RTY here. Actually, a little bit of momentum. See how we react as we push into it. Get me out.
Still gonna tell us if he says something interesting?
Okay. Thanks, Flex.
That's our guy. Microsoft higher high out of this range. Vol's coming down. Potential. That's incredible.
He talked for 2 minutes. Are you kidding?
That's our J-Pow.
What the?
Go.
That
Can't be
poor,
bothered with us plebs. You kidding me?
that poor man had to sit there that entire time.
Cannot expect more from him. He does so much.
Huge.
And that was such a fun oscillation. See you guys in 15 minutes.
Hopefully we don't hold the lows if we do come back down. I'd like to see this break out of here. I doubt they pin this into close.
Yesterday we had a sick rally. I mean, granted it was end of month flows and stuff, but I don't think they're probably done positioning, especially on a Friday with expiries and yada yada yada.
Yeah. I just doubt there's too many people on both sides of this trade that
Yeah.
need to be out of here.
Yeah, yesterday's close was sick though. That was literally like we just sat for like the last half hour.
I'm just looking at both these as like auction high-low gray boxes. I need to see a break and hold above either one of these, either side, and I think then we get the move. But we've had these labeled for the entire session. But I'm really unwilling to trade these edges. I've traded them so many times. I don't trust them anymore. Hopefully people get this. It's like either we continue to trade in this distribution or we look for the push below and then a hold of the distribution lower high and then a push out, right? Like hopefully this is being communicated. Here, hopefully this makes more sense. I'm gonna delete that last picture. It's basically all I'm watching. Cause like if we don't see that look in like an offer below on either one of these sides, like that 95 to 96 thing on ES, or this like 005 to 010 on NQ, like we'll just continue to job around in this range. But like if we get a push below and then a look above, right, like a reoffer or a rebid out of this range, I'll be interested. Because I doubt that these edges hold for very much longer with how many people are being positioned here. We should get at least a like a liquidity grab in either direction. That should give like a decent pop or drop, right? Like I don't know which way we go.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 594 million to the sell side.
Russell does look a little bit more healthy in terms of a bullish sense here. And trying to peek above range.
No, you bought the 14. Nice, Rob. I think that was basically the only trade if you didn't get in on the 005. I'm glad you got that. We'll see if we get a break out of here. I don't know.
I waited for this test in actually the same area yesterday at literally the same time, and I missed my entry before we went like 15 points straight up. So I'm just trying to rechannel that. And Rory caught it, so I had to tell him his target was bad.
Nice.
Like, we can't go 13 points. Today is good, like, at least things make more sense today, at least. Like, watching the market for me.
Yeah. I mean, structurally, it's been pretty good. But as soon as, like, we stopped having, like, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like the market makes 0 sense if the Russell isn't leading these days.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Well, that was like yesterday, like all the levels, like I said, if you look at the chart, like the chart looks perfect. Like
Yeah.
all the levels played, but it was one of those things where like even on like a 3-minute candle, the move would happen in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you'd sit and like chop for like, almost the entire candle, and it'd be like, it's like searching for liquidity. Today it's more like balanced, and like you can see people participate at the edges, and like
Yep.
it's cleaner.
Let's see if this seller stays at this 35.40. 602 on ES. We know the drill. Same trade as before. Need to see a look above and then a very aggressive bid if we want to get the hell out of here. I think the same as before. You want 29.50 to stay as your buy side for the most part. You really want this bid to hold here on this node. If you're bullish. Bullish.
White House economic advisor Boucher says energy prices have been coming down.
See if they hold off right now at 2050, 2950. See what happens on this retest. There's an attempt. See if they slap it. Slapped.
US Treasury 10-year note futures net short positioning hits the largest since mid-October.
Hopefully everyone was able to see that 2950 reoffer live. This is your first risk off into 23s, if it's going to continue. Risking off one here. Gonna be out one more into 1750, and then I'll leave a runner, break even. Don't care. Out one more.
Early market on close imbalance still sitting at 594 million to the sell side. US Treasury 2-year futures net short positions declined to the lowest since late September, according to CFTC data.
Do people see why I risked off into 1750 and then just left a runner? Do we see this node? Our buyer here? It's like, this is your last chance. Like, it's really that simple. Just filling this LVN, push down, now waiting to see if a seller steps in, aggressively push for continuation, or if this just comes right back up. But because I don't know which way we go, like, I need to take off there until I see 14's broken. Like, we can just kind of expect this as a higher low.
I know it feels bad, but if you make 2 points like 4 times, you made 8 points. Instead of just like keep you on and being like, oh, maybe this time it's gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
And you're coming back to break even.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. Like, this trade's... We talked about it. Like, I need to see a break above that 35.40 and then a rebet off of it for me to be bullish, or I just am calling that the high of this, right? Like, we've gone over it. So we can wait, but like, I can now leave a runner pretty peacefully, understanding that I've taken 2 off, and all we were looking for was weakness from that 29.50 and then a push below. So, like, it doesn't have to go. I don't know, man. Just respect the range until we break and show that we care about anything else, right? Like, anything, like, that buyers or sellers care about anything other than this high and that low. I just had like zero faith that this was going to get continuation out. So to me, like, having a 5-point risk on NQ is totally worth.
Early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 594 million to the sell side.
Back to our 14s. Move your stop as we come down into it. My dog is aggressively barking at something downstairs.
Oh. Maybe you got a delivery.
Maybe. Just gonna shift over all of this, 'cause nothing has changed. Still bidding off tens. I'm fully out until we see a break below. I'm probably done for the day. I could see this breaking down, but like, I'm just gonna respect the range until we're out of it. Seller sitting at the
Market on
1750.
close imbalance currently
can
sitting at
see the node.
230 million to the buy side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
It's the same place where we risked off on our initial
Market
position.
on close
right?
imbalance,
That buyer.
240 million to the buy side.
Middle of the range. So if this seller is now defending this, that's when you want to look for that dip below tens, and then for that to be your offer if they continue to defend this 1750. Trying to trade at ES, if you're not in for that edge low,
Yeah, it's just nothing. There's nothing. I literally haven't taken a trade since those other ones I posed.
Yeah, it's understandable.
The afternoons have been bad. Might need to start getting on earlier again if it stays like this for the next couple weeks.
You could be a fellow NQ trader with me.
Yeah. I prefer crude to NQ. I don't know, for me, like, I literally traded for like an hour, made mine $600 or whatever, and works for me.
Rory. Why would I do that on ES? What the? I mean, I could, but it would be like this. I mean, it's the pivots are the same, but they've been the same all day. When you have a super defined range and everything's being respected as you're following your plan, then it's like, okay, I'm gonna trade the thing. Like, what do you know? We bounced tens again, and now we're back to our 23-25 pivot. right? Like, what else is there to say?
Jackass.
You know what I mean? Like, just treat it as that's the auction until proven otherwise. Later, Cass. And like the way that I trade NQ, my risk is like 2 points or 5 points, right? Like I'm not like taking huge, like I'm either right or I'm wrong, like instantly. Like I'm like this 23 to 25 pivot, that's a 2-point pivot on NQ. Like usually you'll know if you're wrong or right very quickly. Yeah, man. But he said impossible. Impossible. True. Impossible. That's pretty good, man. Ray, I love you. It's so funny. Holy, what do you know? That's crazy. Can you imagine, Roy? That we immediately bid 005 to 10 and traded to 23.25 and met our seller again? Crazy.
This whole range thing. This is our job, buddy. I don't have the freedom you do. Yes?
I'm a big fan of this break of O2s on ES. I need to see us over 29.50 and a bit off of that. That was my original short, or the seller is still just placed here. I would love to see us actually get out of here and not just trade this again. I am in no position, but I would love to be in one if we can break the high. Might just need to wait till tomorrow. Or Monday. Sorry.
Yep.
I didn't trade for half the week. Sick. I'm a little skewed. There's your 35.40. 604 seller on ES. See if we can get out of this range end of day. You see what I mean? 5 points of risk, 005 to 10, right? Like, okay, you just made a lot of points, huge. And then you risk off here until we break above. Where did I long? I didn't. I told you exactly. Oh my god, this guy doesn't listen. That's why I closed my short. I didn't long. I said I'm not in a position. I said though, but like I'm trading 2 or 5 points of risk for these positions. So like, if we accept that there's a buyer at this 005 to 10 on NQ, as I posted in that chart that I sort of above your spam, right? Like, what, you know? And then do you see how we like find acceptance above that 23 to 25 to show the rebid and the push, and then we're back into our 35? Yeah, man. You see that? How it's like resistance and then it becomes supportive, and then we immediately sell again at our pivot. Yeah, does it help that Gav was mad about it? He was upset by me posting the node. Hear about it?
A visual tactile learner. Okay. That just made my day. Well, that's not tactile, buddy.
So good. So we're at the middle of the range again.
The S&P 500 unofficially closes at the highest level of 2023.
Unofficially. What?
Probably because settlement hasn't came in yet, but
It's 4.
yeah, I'll give it the 15 minutes. But I do think that's strange that he said it like that.
Just wait. Like what? Rory, do you see how we re-offered at 25, which was our rebid for the push into 35s, and then it became on a loss, a retest, and then push down back to the bottom of our range? It's actually the same trade for the last hour. Like it's yep. All right, you guys have a good weekend. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you liked the setup with YouTube. 0 crashes. Can you imagine that? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
But yeah. Big.
The last thing that I want to say, we haven't talked about this at all the week, but if people have suggestions on what we can add into the free section to help people who are non-members see what it's like to become a member, that would be cool. People have suggestions. But yeah, other than that, I'll see you guys Monday. Hopefully it is better than this week was. Well, the stream is.
Some guy on YouTube seems to enjoy the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's on you, buddy. That's not me. All right.
TBRS Morningstar
Goodbye.
confirms Germany at AAA stable trend.
I'm gonna put unofficially true. Maybe officially, hopefully. Just for this YouTube thumbnail for the stream. Gotta post this at the end for today's. There we go.
And DBRS
Easy.
Morningstar confirms Spain at a stable trend.
There we go. All right, you guys have a great weekend. I will see you all Monday. Yeah. We should be. I should do the YouTube live Monday as well. I think we're gonna try to do it 3 days a week, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah. All right. You guys have a great weekend. If you appreciate the stream, if this was helpful, please like, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're trying to grow. But other than that, have a great weekend.